Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Shake Up. Oh my God, I'm in a good mood today. Let me see if anyone's out there. Let me know that you're there. Let me get my stuff up. Chat. Hey, what's up, Patriots Jeep? Oh man, I handicapped Gulfstream, a little bit of Aqueduct, and I even did a little bit of Fairgrounds today. What up, Robert? Disco partner. I'm in a good mood because after 3 days of watching Turfway Park, after saying I was not going to probably play Turfway Park, it didn't take me long to say that I think by the third race on the first day, I was saying that this looks just like old Turfway Park. Wednesday and Thursday, I didn't even buy the form. I just watched the races and kept saying, this looks just like Turfway Park. Friday, I bought the form, but I didn't really handicap. I was mostly, maybe I got my days mixed up, but it took a few days. And I think Saturday was the first day I played. I only played 2 races on Saturday. I was in Discord and I put them up, both plays up on Discord. My first play, I like 3 horses. An exacta that came in. I crushed it. It paid like 61 to 1. And then in a later race, I really love 2 horses. I think one of the horses was 17 to 1, and the other one was 55 to 1. I bet them both to win, and I bet the 55 to 1 to come in second also. They ran second and third, but the exacta paid like $37. Yesterday at Turfway Park, they were handing out $100 exactas like it was freaking candy. It felt like I was trick-or-treating. It was so easy. It wasn't until the last 2 races where you finally got inside horses that even ran, and both of them angled out. So yeah, fuck you, Turfway. I'm back. I'm taking all your money again, and I have no doubt, especially with the start I got. If I quit after those 2 days, I still had an eventful Turfway Park. Fucking crushed it. Hey, what's up, Louise? What's up, Bender? Bender woke up with $900 in the dude. Turfway Park is getting my juices flowing again. It's freaking nuts, and I won really good, and I should have even been up more. Fuck. I'll tell you another thing that's funny about Turfway Park. Turfway Park must be feeling a little defensive. First of all, I'm not sure if they changed the surface. I got a feeling that they just spray painted it a sandy color and put out a thing so I could stop taking Turfway Park's players' money. They were sick of me crushing it for so many years. I honestly believe it's a conspiracy just to make me leave. I even told you guys before the meet even started, I said, if you guys seen that wide, off the pace move, turning around the stretch, fanning out, jump on Turfway Park. What was I going to put out? I wanted to put out Turfway Park getting a little bit defensive. Where's that tweet they put out? Turfway Park must have been feeling a little bit defensive, and in their own little tweet, they don't even realize what they're saying in their own tweet. You should probably have horse racing people that know how to handicap to interpret some things. So right away they said no track bias. Fuck, okay, no track bias. I'm okay with that. But the other thing they said, biases aren't just how running styles and post positions. When they say there's no track bias, they just right above that, they said no winners out of the 46 Ohio shippers. You know what? Feeder tracks, when you know a feeder track is not competing well and at a disadvantage, that's also a freaking bias. So, if whoever was running this Turfway Picks was a real handicapper, he would have realized he would have put out a bias right above his comment of no bias. I think that's freaking hilarious. Favorites are winning a lot of the races. So they're saying that Turfway Park has not been hard because favorites are winning like 48%. But what they're failing to notice is the underneath horses. Like yesterday, I hit an exacta. I want to say it was a 9-5 with a 20-some to 1 or something. What was it? The something 11 that paid like $100 for the exacta. Even though the chalks have been winning at a pretty good percentage, the payoffs are still huge there. But I thought it was hilarious that they're even trying to tweet out that there's no biases. Hey, what's up, Brian Reed? What's up, Javon Boulder? Yeah, I'm not that interested in this first race at all, Aqueduct. They stretched it down to, I think it was a 5-horse field. I was even thinking about jumping on and doing gulfstream or Turfway last night and decided against it. I probably should have. What up, Chase? And by the way, I'm going to share something else about Turfway Park because I'm back. I should have never doubted it, but with that surface change, I was really worried about something being different. So I don't know if that's just Turfway. They changed the surface. Maybe they wanted the track to be fair. Maybe they have a vested interest in acting like that. We do have very small samples right now. On the route races, the inside of the track is overperforming a little bit to what I'm out of 20 races, 7 of them, 35% of them have been won from post 1 through 3. I'm going to tell you right now, those horses are angling out. They're angling out and they're making moves for the most part. But what I do notice, they only wired 20%. They stalked and closed 80% of the time. 40 stalk, 40% stalk, 40% close. That's that wide move that tends to highlight at them. Usually it is a post position bias, but I know a lot of those horses have been angling out. Like the last race yesterday, the last double was a 1-1 double. Both of them came off the pace. Both of them angled out. It was an obvious kind of move. On the dirt sprints, there's only been 12 races. This was as of, I didn't include yesterday's. But the post 1 through 3, only 17%. The middle of the track's been good, winning 50% of the race, and the outside is at 35. It has been that wide move. They only wired 17% of the races. Small sample, but that's low. Stalking 58% of the races and closing 25. Again, it's that same move we keep looking at. So I don't know if they're just a little salty. I don't know if their handicapper's just not that good to spot that or whatever. But anyways. Yeah, they changed the surface. I don't know if they changed the surface because it was time or they were hoping to get rid of that bias. What's up, Jeffrey Bourne? Who is that? Brother Man Scene. How you doing? Pop Chase is living the dream over there. Gulfstream Park was pretty decent yesterday. I only made a couple plays yesterday, but it was pretty decent. It is kind of looking inside to me. Let me see something. I actually got it because I didn't play Gulfstream all day. I knew I was going to play Tampa or Turfway at night. Uh, so I didn't play the entire day yesterday. I just want to see. They only had two dirt races yesterday. Both of them were won by the one horse or the inside post position. Uh, the turf sprints were speed and stalkers like we expect. I didn't play any of the turf races. I don't even remember the turf races. There was only three, but they stalk closed yesterday. So the track pretty much played yesterday. It looks like how we kind of expect. Oh, Brother Man is saying that they changed because the previous surface was at the end of its life. Well, I love that surface. I won at Turfway Park like 23 straight years, probably more than that actually. I stopped keeping real track of it when I was at 20 years, and now the last few years kind of blend together. But oh, and Tampa Bay's not running today, but yesterday I was real happy with what I was seeing on that turf route. It still looks to me like the pace is backing up big time there. Hey, Chase, I always divide Turfway into two seasons. So at the start of the meet and the mid meet, I always think it plays the same way. Now, last year, I'll be fair, I didn't stick around the whole meet at Turfway. I thought that Turfway changed because of the quality of the horses last year. Uh, I think there was some subtle changes. So I didn't play. I think I stopped playing around February. I usually stop playing Turfway in about March. Yeah, in about March. I think around March, I tend to. That's when I start thinking that the track goes to a more speed favoring surface, and it switches, and it's not so as outsidey. Uh, but yet last year I did stop playing earlier than I ever have before. I got up really good on basically three bets and had a really good Turfway meet, and I kind of just walked away from Turfway. I usually do in March, but this time I did it. I think it might have even been late January. I stopped playing Turfway. But I always kind of, so Turfway, it always starts out with that wide fanned out move off the pace almost. And then it starts to even out or kind of get confusing. where speed's doing better, the inside of the track is better, and I always try to spot when that happens, if that makes sense. So let's see, was Pace backing up yesterday at Tampa, or was it horses that looked too tired? Brother man, you know what? I honestly don't differentiate. So right now I'm saying that on the turf, I feel that the track's backing up for the turf routes. Uh, I last year was my first year ever beating Tampa Bay. And yet last year it was a confirmed stalker closer bias the entire year. And that's what I took advantage of. So that's what I'm kind of focusing on right now. Uh, sometimes biases are not always in the track, and they are made up of sometimes a jockey colony. I do notice that they've been getting really fast paces over there at Turf or at Tampa Bay on the lead. They're going a lot of times sub 23 at the first call. It may not, sometimes we're guessing, like what causes a bias. Sometimes they can just be caused by a too aggressive jockey colony. It's not necessarily in the dirt. It could be the way they're riding. Like some tracks like Arlington, I used to think Arlington was the exact opposite. Jockeys were just trying to ride that European style on the turf. Yesterday, I did not play. I was watching it. Let me look at my notes. I do think one horse went wire to wire yesterday. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, yesterday they had one horse went wire to wire. That was the 9th race. But if you looked at the times that race, that was the slowest pace of the day by far. They went 23 and 2, 49 and 4. Right? The other races were going 22 flat at the first call, 46, a lot faster. That came off the pace, that closed. The other race came in 23 at the first call, 47.3. That's about 10 lengths faster than the 49 and 2 or 49 and 4. It could have been, like I said, two of the 3 races they came off the pace, right? Speed completely died. The only race that they did go wire to wire went extremely slow. It could be more of a pace breakdown than bias. I use bias as an all-encompassing term sometime. It's just when a fat guy in Michigan can day in and day out kind of guess and say how a track is going to play before he starts handicapping. You know what I'm saying? And he ends up being right for the majority of the races. That's an edge. Whether it's aggressive jockeys or something with the dirt, I honestly don't care. For the meet, now remember we're working off of small numbers. There's only been 21 races, but for the meet, this is up until last Saturday was the last day they ran. So I don't have yesterday's in. But they only wired 4 out of 21 races. That's 19%. That's on the low side. They stalked 48% and they closed 33. So just me thinking and coming out, thinking it was a stalker closer bias. On the last show, I didn't play him, but I had a 27-1 winner. If it gets you to horses like that, and your overall right, it really doesn't matter if it's a true bias or not. Right now, like I'm willing to say, hey, I think it is, but you know, maybe it's not there. We just don't have the numbers. We won't know for sure until we have enough races. Hey, what's up, Juan? In the money, Mike. I didn't even go over this aqueduct race. Honestly, it was a five-horse race, and I just didn't care that much about it. Yeah, I haven't been that interested in aqueduct either. I seen that Jeff hasn't played an aqueduct race this year yet. I haven't made a real bet in aqueduct. I know that. I might have played a couple races, play bets, but as far as going after something, I know for a fact I haven't played aqueduct yet. Shit, this might have been a good race to look at. The 3 to 5 is sitting there. Uh, Looks like he's no threat at all. Hey, Garth B, I still have not heard from Bill. Wow, I tell you what, my marks on this one horse, no excuses. I got him as slow. His best race that I got him slow last race, slow average the race before, slow match strides with the slowest winner, average. Wow. Bad rail when he had the 8-hole, no excuses. Wow, maybe I should. Oh, you know what? Never mind. There was still nowhere to go, even though he was 3 to 5. The winner was still 9 to 5. There wasn't anywhere to go there. I was just glancing at the marks, saying, "Wow, I wouldn't have been." The 4 was just average last race, average. Well, even if I would have looked at this, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have been. I wouldn't have been intrigued with that race. Is that true? Is that true, brother man? Or are you pulling my leg right there with Gulfstream might be switching to synthetic? I almost can't tell if you're pulling my leg or that could be a true statement right there. I don't want them to do anything different with Gulfstream because I've loved what's been going on at Gulfstream. But I don't mind synthetic racing. A lot of my best tracks are synthetic. Woodbine used to be my best track. Turfway Park, Arlington, all synthetic. Yeah, they've been saying everyone was going to switch to synthetic. Some tracks did, and then they switched back, like Santa Anita and Keeneland. Hey, what's up, Pie Man? Yeah, and that's why I think Keeneland switched back. I think Keeneland switched back so they can get the Breeders' Cup. I think as long as a track's synthetic, some of these big races don't want to go there. Well, the Breeders' Cup. The Florida Derby is the Florida Derby, whether that's synthetic or not. Oh, I think that's crazy for them to have three surfaces. You know the other thing that handicappers always say, the synthetic tracks play just like the turf. It plays closer to the turf. I do not find that. I do not find that statement to be true at all. I still like, you know how they talk about breeding. Hey, this is Dirt Horse. When I was watching the Turfway last night, they kept saying, "Oh, this horse is bred for the synthetic. This horse was bred for the synthetic." I wish they would stop that shit. You know what? If all of a sudden they started fucking running races on the cement, what, they're going to all of a sudden tell me that horses were bred for the cement because some horses are running well? I think it's just looking for shit. For the most part, I think it's by some weaker handicappers that don't want to do the work. But I don't get that caught up. I do believe there's some horses that like the turf better, but I'm not that willing to be like, hey, this horse is bred for the synthetic. I'm not buying that right now. Like I said, put a tiger after their ass. They'll all run and they'll all run fast. No horse is going to say, I'm not bred for this nonsense. Oh, we got the first race at Gulfstream. Right now, I am kind of sandbagging on these turf route races. That's the surface, especially during the championship meet, that I always have the most problem with. For the most part, the turf route racing, it always seems to fan out that there's no post position bias from the start of the year to the end of the year. There are days between those days where there'll be individual days where it seems to be more bias, but for the most part, this track tends to play fair. And even running style wise, it some days it seems like you'll favor one over the other, but by the end of the meet, it all kinds of evens out. Unlike the dirt. This is a maiden claiming 20. I'm just going to handicap this race, see if I'm even interested, and I'm just going to approach it like straight up. This one horse, inside the track, was good last race. It was an early pressing day. He had the 4-hole. I gave him an asterisk, even though it said he got inside. He was average, slow. 2 races ago, the rail was bad. He had the rail. It was an early pressing day. He had the right running style, but he had the bad rail. I gave him an asterisk for that race. Average, average, slow. I was going to say I should have looked up that race January 18th, but that's just getting farther back. That's a race that's in today's distance. Probably would have been helpful that I looked that race up. Whoop. Give me my stupid pen. He is dropping in class. I'm not going to spend any more time on him. He's 3x2, or he's 3-2. I'm definitely not interested in him at that price. The 2-horse, stalking closing day last race. He kind of was a deep stalker closer there. He got in position at the top of the stretch, 4x3, flatted out. But he ran a pretty lackadaisical pace. Match strides with the slowest winner, slow, slow. 2 races ago at 6 furlongs. He really doesn't look like a 6 furlong. That was an inside speed favoring day. He was on the outside and he was a closer. I don't think he fit that race. I gave him an asterisk there. 3 races ago, he was just average, average, flashing a little bit of speed on the dirt route. The 3-horse, inside the track, was good last race, and it was speed favoring. He was outside with no speed. I gave him an asterisk. He was slow, slow, slow. 2 races back, he was slow, slow, slow. 3 races ago, inside of the track was good. It was an early pressing day. He was slow, slow, average. I still gave him an asterisk, but even with the excuses, I'm not into him. 4-horse, stalking closing day last race, average, average, average. 2 races ago, average, average, average. Last 4 races, he was at basically the bottom level. He's stepping back up. Yeah, I'm not interested. 5 also been competing at the bottom level for the last few races. I probably like him a little bit more. Last race, inside the track was good. I gave him an asterisk for being outside. He was still average, average, average. 2 races ago, bad rail, stalking closing day. I gave him an asterisk for running against the for being on a bad rail and having the wrong running style. 3 races ago, speed favoring day. I gave him an asterisk for that. I don't love him. Shit, 19-1. I might put a bet on him though. 6 does not look like he ever wanted to be a sprinter and does not look like he fit being a sprinter. I'm going to that July 3rd race. That race is a little interesting. At maiden special weight, he went too fast to win. Eight's another possibly fast horse. You know what? I don't care for this race that much. There are 2 horses that are a little appealing to me. The 5 and the 6. I'm gonna Dutch those 2 horses to win. I'm doing it in my playback category here. Just trying to get a little bit of action here, but I'm just doing a win Dutch bet. That's it. They got just enough there to make me a little bit interested. Hey, what's up, Frankie Tubbs? Brother man loves the 4-horse here. Good luck. Jeff Reborn loves the 10, I think that. Or love the 2, I don't know. Oh, love Toronto probably. In the money, Mike, like 2367 at Gulfstream. I kind of didn't think. I kind of thought the 5 and the 6 might have wanted the lead. You know, they're going pretty fast, so I'm not upset that they don't have the lead. I just don't know if they can win from that kind of running style. Especially, I don't know if they can come from behind, but I don't think it would have been great that they would have been 4 across the track. 4 looks good. I was hoping when I said that, I was hoping the 5 would continue the same move as the 4. There he goes right there. They were able to slow down that second call. 23 flat, 47 1. That's 24 and 1 around the turn. Looks like the 1's just gone. 7's the only horse here with a chance. The only other horse they bet. Hey, what's up, Premier? I almost had the last and dead last exacta. One of my horses finished dead last, and then another one of them finished one horse before dead last. There was nowhere to go in that race, and right now I don't even care. Oh, talking about that turfway bias, or I'm sorry, not that turfway bias. Talking about that Tampa Bay, what I think is a bias. I don't remember if it was Saturday or Sunday. I want to say it was Saturday. So you guys that play with me know that I've been looking forward to Tampa Bay having a stalker closer bias on the turf routes. Parsons and I was playing Gulfstream. I want to say it was Saturday, not Sunday. I've kind of been avoiding these turf route races. But they had a Tampa Bay shipper who tried to go to the lead, tried to go wire to wire most of the way at Tampa Bay, which I consider a stalking closing track. I bet him at Gulfstream. I think he was 10 to 1. I think he was a 7 horse, and he didn't go wire to wire, but he came from 2 lengths off the lead. So I have took advantage of a Tampa Bay shipper already, going to a different turf course and running well. Let's see, the 1 won that race. I really don't have a problem with that 1 winning. I didn't think this was much of a race. Who was the 7? Both of them been having excuses their last two races. If the 5 and the 6 weren't 20 some to 1, I would have just sat out that bet, but I just did a play bet stab, so I'm definitely not upset. Didn't like anything enough there. Let's see, we might as well do our tic-tac-toe board. That one pretty much went wire to wire, if I remember right. I think he went wire to wire. Oh, Bender, are you talking about that 7 horse that I'm just talking about, that Tampa Bay shipper? So most of my bets on the turf route so far have been in my play bet category. I bet him really nice. I want to say that was the only ticket I cashed on. I think it was Saturday. He was the only ticket that I cashed on Saturday. But he guaranteed a nice score that day. I wasn't that active Saturday and Sunday. I don't think it was Sunday because I don't remember doing much on Sunday. Oh, that had to be a nice Bender double though, Bender. He won easily too. He won like a 4 to 5 should. If I remember right, he won by a 6 or 7 lengths, and I was a little pissed. So I played him to win, and then I boxed him with 3 horses. I used, I want to say, the 8 and the 10. Something like that. The 12 horse got second, and I was so pissed that I didn't have the exacta. The 12, if I remember right, he looked okay, but he was the morning line favorite, and they let him drift up to 5 to 1. And I kept saying that I should have him in the exacta, but I didn't want to do a 4-horse box. I don't do a 4-horse exacta box, but for some reason my brain wasn't clicking. Just put the 7 on top and hit the exacta that way. Yeah, it was a really good weekend. Really good weekend. I downloaded Fairgrounds. I definitely want to look at Fairgrounds. I got a lot of gaps in Fairgrounds, but I really like what I'm seeing at Fairgrounds about the inside of the track. And I thought, Disco, I got bad info from you. I thought you said that there was no more turf racing at Aqueduct as of Saturday. You gave me a bum steer there, man. When I marked up these races, I don't even look at the distance or anything, what surface. I just mark them up. I'm just now realizing that they got turf racing. I think I realized there was one turf sprint race today, and I crossed it out, but I didn't realize that this race was going to be on the turf. Now, Aqueduct Turf Route, I only got 44 races that we've seen so far. Post 1 through 3 is winning 43% of the races. That's a strong number. Honestly, I have not been paying enough attention to Aqueduct, like handicapping it and playing it. I've been paying attention to it in the result charts and watching the replays, but it's a little bit harder to graph something when you don't handicap it in advance. So I lose a little bit there. So I don't know what kind. I don't know if we're getting prices on the inside or it's just a bunch of chalk horses. I really don't know, but that looks like a number that I want to play to. That's for the meet. Last week there was only 4 turf route races. 3 of them went post 1 through 3, so that was 75. So last week that definitely would have been a good thing to be looking at. They're only wiring 23%, which is low. I don't consider a track to be really speed favoring until it's kind of in the high 30%. I consider it decent to speed, and when it gets to be about 40% and higher on the wiring side, that's when I call it a speed favoring track. So 23% is on the low side. They're stalking 36% and they're closing 41%. So I'm kind of thinking horses on the inside with the stalking closing move might be the best things to might be the best thing to look at. So this is on the turf. Wait, this is on the dirt. Wait a minute, they're not off the turf at Aqueduct today, are they? Why did I think that gate was on the dirt that they just showed? Am I missing something? Probably. Hey, what's up, Charles? What's up, Tasso6? I hope I'm saying your name right. Spencer, what's up, guys? Oh, fuck, am I stupid? Hey, thank you, Swervin. All right, so after all of that I said, this is not a turf route race. In fact, this is pretty much a first-time starter race, maiden special weight, 6.5 furlongs on the dirt. They bet the 8 down to 1 to 2. There's only 2 horses that ran here. I'm not interested in this race. What's up, Charles Grimes? Yeah, I'm losing it today, man. I can't even I forgot that I know I don't have the fairground scratches, and I know that they're not running till like another hour or so. I forgot that I even put the form up over there, so I thought I just had 2 forms. Hey, Bender, what tracks are you trying to get data from now? What I know you basically were doing Gulfstream and you wanted to expand. Expand. What tracks are you grabbing a new database from? I know you said you liked what you were seeing at Turfway Park. Sounds like Turfway Park. I think because I think if I read you right, I think you got to take a nap before going to work. So I think Turfway is kind of a hard track for you to play. I think that's kind of when you're getting ready to take your nap to go to work. Oh, you're doing everything right now. You're really gonna look. Right now, I'm super excited about Fairgrounds. I'm super excited about Tampa Bay. I'm back. I'm back on Turfway Park. Gulfstream, from my history, I'm just pretty sure is going to be there, even though I don't like the championship meet as much. But I don't worry that I'm not going to beat the championship meet. I just don't like it as much. Fairgrounds, if I'm right about Tampa Bay, and if Turfway just keeps running how it's running, I have no fear that I'm not gonna. I know I'm gonna beat those three tracks as long as I'm right. Well, the 2 to 5 look good. I think the 6 horse is the only other horse that ran before. I just don't think there's any value that can be done there. Let's see. Eight went wire to wire. Yeah, 8-6. Those were the only 2 horses that ran before. You know what? I'm going to move this Fairgrounds over because it keeps distracting me. Now, Gulfstream Park yesterday on the sprints, both horses were won by the horse in the one post. So anyways, Gulfstream Park started, and so what I did what I do every year at the championship meet is when I redo my track bias report for my running tabs on the post and everything. Right now, because I'm selling them, I'm keeping track. I'm going to start a brand new one, but I'm still updating the old one, and I'm sending the people both of them so they can have a huge sample on one and a small sample on the other. And then I'm eventually going to just keep updating the new one. But right now, the first 2 days of the meet, there was no inside horses winning. But after the end of the first meet or first week, post 1 through 3 is still winning 43%, just like it was before. It really heated up the last Saturday and Sunday. And then yesterday it stayed inside too. For the route races, there's been very few route races, only 7 of them, but 4 of them won from post 1 through 3 for 57%. So it does look like it's back to inside, especially if you throw out the first 2 days of the meet. And even if you keep the first 2 days of the meet, it's still at 43%. Who's the 6 to 5? So we got 6 furlongs. We got a claiming 6,000. Oh, this 6 to 5. Early pressing track last time. Slow average. 2 races ago, inside the track was good. He was on the outside. Asterisk there. Average, average, average. 3 races ago, inside the track was good. Gave him an asterisk. I think you got to respect the one. He has the inside. I kind of highlighting that he's not. So at Gulfstream, if it's not inside of the track, when it's inside of the track, obviously the inside of the track is one of the most important factors there. The second most, or maybe most important factor is you want to have speed there on these sprints. They wire at like 40 some percent also. So far this meet, they've wired 57%. I've seen Bender is asking, can this horse get beat? I think he can get beat just because he has no speed, but I haven't looked at anyone else yet. The 2-horse, average. 2 races back, it was early pressing day. He came out fast there. Second average, we don't have the third time. 3 races ago, bad rail, speed favoring track. He should have got an asterisk that day. I'm going to do a star for a quick asterisk. Give him an asterisk that day. I'm going to have to mark it like that so I can just drag it over. I think this horse can get beat, especially if he doesn't get the lead. 3-horse looks good. Inside of the track was good. He had the inside, so he was helped by a bias, but he did go too fast to win. I like that race. 2 races ago, bad rail. He was on the outside, so he won that race, kind of with the help of the bias. 3 races ago, bad rail. His speed figures, you know how I don't like speed figures that much. I'm just noticing his speed figures. His best 2 speed figures is when I thought he kind of ran on the best part of the track both times. He's in good form, though. The one, they just looks like they're betting him because of speed figures. I think he might be hurt by his running style, especially if he's 4 to 5 lengths off the lead. I think I'm going to take a shot here with the 3 and the 2, but let's see what else is here. Hey, what's up, Elliot? Sorry, I don't use TVG's betting thing, so I don't know if it's working or not. Oh shit, Bender beat 3 tracks this year. Bender, you're even doing better than I thought. Is this your best year ever, beating 3 tracks? If you beat 3 tracks for the year, or if you beat 3 tracks in a year, I don't like getting too personal, but my guess is if you're beating 3 tracks in a year, you got a real good chance to be ahead for the entire year. And if you're not at least breaking even for the entire year, it's still impressive beating 3 meets. But I would think you should probably be that. The 4 just looks like he's a bit below these. Let's see. I kind of got distracted. Oh, there's some more horses here that I like. All the five, average. 2 races ago, he bad rail speed favoring day, gave him an asterisk for that. Came back, his speed figure improved. 5 looks like he can be serious, but I think I'm still going to start with just a 2 and a 3 and a Dutch here. The 6, I'm not getting fooled by those 3 hearts. Those were earned at a 7.5 furlongs on the turf. Let's see. Let's get over to gulfstream. I'm gonna Dutch the 2 and the 3 to win. I am gonna put a. I'm not gonna do a true Dutch, but I am gonna put a little bit more money on the 3 than the 2. 2 would still probably be the bigger hit. You know what? I'm going to do a 1, 2, 3 exacta box also. If it comes in 1, 3, I'm probably going to complain that I probably shouldn't have did that bet. Let me see what these are paying first. If it comes in 1, 3 or 3, 1, I'm probably. I honestly probably shouldn't have did the 3-horse boxed here. What I probably should have did is just play 2 on the 1, 3 and 1 and 3 over the 2. And you know what? If I did it that way, I could have even added in the 5-horse. That probably would have been a better bet. Because I did a 3-horse box. If it comes in 1, 3, it costs me $6 to get $8 back. Usually, I don't like that. So really, the only combination I really want. I should have just wheeled this 2 first and second. I'm kind of still getting used to Gulfstream's trying to be on time. I probably slipped that bet in and had that afterthought. I still like my bet on the 2 and the 3, but I think I would have, instead of that 3-horse exacta box, I think I should have just wheeled the 2 first and second with the 1, 3, 5. And shit. I'm just going to leave it. Oh, okay. That's still respectable. Hey Bender, don't answer if they're just too personal. Is this your best? Is this your best year? Is this the best year that it made the most sense to you, or you know what I'm saying? Oh, 2 got nothing. I guess I just need this 3 to go wire to wire. If it is, that's a huge improvement. I got everything I wanted. I really wanted the one to come out slow like he did. I wanted the 3 or the 2 to get the lead. I kind of thought the 3 had a better chance at getting the lead, but this does not look good right now with the pressure from the 7. I'm not sure if the 3 is going to survive this. In fact, the 3 looks on the hook side right now. Another 2 chalk race. I couldn't tell if the 5 won that race or the 1 won that race. 2 did not run a lick. Yeah, that's real nice. A lot of stuff is clicking over the last 4 months. Well, congratulations, Bender, man. Like I said, once you beat a meet, as long as it wasn't because of one, like you got to be honest with yourself. As long as it wasn't because of 1 or 2 like huge scores, if you were overall feeling the meet, I think that goes a long ways to the skills that make you win a meet makes you win more meets, which then makes you win the year. It builds on each other. You win that one meet, all of a sudden you want to do more and more work. I know some of the people that right now when they're struggling doing all the extra work is it doesn't feel, because this is not the fastest way to handicap, that's for sure. The 1 did manage to win that race. Who was that 7 horse that really put it on the 3? I need to watch this race again, actually. Let's see, the 2 kind of got slammed out of the gate. I don't know if that's enough of an excuse. I know I was reaching for him a little bit. The 3 horse did what I wanted, but I did have that warning sign that his best 2 races was when he had the track going for him. I guess I'm not surprised that he gave it up. I guess I'm not surprised he gave it up. I'm not surprised the 1 won. He was the horse we were trying to beat. I thought that if he was going to lay that far off the lead, that he might have been possibly to lose. I kind of got everything I wanted in that race, other than the two not getting a good break. I got the lead. I got the inside. I want to watch that replay. I'm not sure if the 6 was the horse that dogged this 7 or this 3 or the 7 dogged them. Or did both of them put pressure on him? I'm not really sure. Yeah, Bender, I'm like you. I've always enjoyed 6 furlong racing the best. And right now, that does seem to be the better racing, especially if you're playing a lot of Gulfstream. Right now, I love the Gulfstream sprints. I love the Gulfstream turf sprints. The turf routes, I'm kind of avoiding. Uh, right now at Turfway Park, I kind of like the route races, which they're giving us a lot of them. All the cards have been dominated by the route races, so I'm liking Turfway's routes a lot. But I'm almost like you. I'm almost looking at Gulfstream card like, as long as I do well in the 6 furlong sprints on the dirt and the turf sprints, I should be having a good day. The one, I'm pretty sure he was about 5 lengths off the lead at the first call. So I'm just throwing him in the closer category so far. He might have stalked, but to me it looked like he was about 5 lengths off. I was kind of happy with an Aqueduct right now. I'm still not feeling Aqueduct. I think I'm going to start wanting to play Aqueduct when we start getting these weather changes really good. So right now, I'm not looking to do much at Aqueduct. Although Aqueduct's bias report has some interesting things going. And so we're in like the 3rd or 4th week of Aqueduct. Yeah, they ran about a month at Aqueduct right now. We've had 44 dirt route races. Uh, every week, I've been noticing that post 1 through 3 has been winning a lot of races, and I've kind of, in the back of my mind, even though I haven't been playing Aqueduct, thinking that there might be a developing bias. Post 1 through 3 is winning 48% of the races on the dirt routes there. They're having a real hard time coming from 5 lengths back or farther. They've only, out of 44 races, they've only closed 9% of the time. I think it's smart to fade the closers there. Speed and stalkers what you want, but stalkers have a pretty big advantage. Stalkers won 61% of the races. They've only wired 30% of the races. And last week, up until last week, there was no horses that closed, came from 5 lengths out or farther to win. All the closers happened last week. 4 out of 16 races for 25%. So up until, and you know what? 3 of those came on the same day. 3 of those came on 12/6. Let me see. This betting board doesn't look that bad. One looks like a front speed horse, possibly able to stalk. He's actually closed in one before. He's actually wired, stalked, and closed before. One of the few horses that have done all three for a win. But for the most part, he does look like he wants the lead here. The two horse kind of looks, he's in danger of being too far back. If closers aren't winning there, he's in real danger of being too far back to me. He has been able to stalk and win like there. But there was a close to win. For the most part, at the first call, he looks a little too far back. 3 has some front speed, but I didn't go back to March. Ooh, 4 got some really good marks. I didn't look up the 7, the Pimlico race. I'm going to watch this race. The favorite's on the far outside. I said I think the inside of the track is a little bit better so far. Normally, I would jump into a race like this. I want to watch a race. This horse has quite a bit of class on him. And he has some really big speed figures. If I do play bets, I want him to be at Gulfstream more than Aqueduct. I'm willing to sit out this race. Before I seen that horse, I was thinking about doing something with the 1, 3, and 4. I bought a cigar to give myself a different cigar today. Because I had to go get a lighter, and I don't like this cigar. I don't really care for it. So I kind of don't think the 2 can win from coming from that far back. I thought he was in danger of being super far back. He's super far back. I kind of think the 6 is also a little too far back to win here. 7 still looks dangerous here, depending on whoops, whoops. What's all this? The fuck? I didn't even touch anything. Seven looks like that class is going to take over. This 4 is running well. Can this 4 beat this 7 here? Come on, 4. I think the class of the 7's going to wear this 4 down. The 4 was the long shot that I was interested in. I'm not sure who won that race. My heart is rooting for the 4 though, but I put no money there. Right there, it kind of looks like the 1 won. And 2 made a nice rally. He was just too far back. Looks like Case G took a shot with this 4 horse. Hopefully the 4 wins. I'm rooting for the 4. You ended up getting 2 to 1 on this 7. I don't know. I think the 7 outbobbed them, but I'm still going to root for the 4. 4 actually stumbled out the gate. 4 went down to his knees. Looks like the jockey on the 4 is trying not to throw an elbow at this guy's face. He's lined up for a nice elbow. Yeah, it looks like the 7 got it right at the end. God, that still looked awfully damn close there. Bender misses Bill. You know, I wish Bill was here too. The show was funnier when Bill was here by far, by a lot. Let's see. Fairgrounds is getting closer, but still Gulfstream. Four ran a really nice race, but I got no problem with that 7 winning. That 7 did not win how I thought he should with his class. I don't know if that's enough to say that the outside of the track that hurt him. I don't know if that's enough to say that the outside of the track definitely hurt him. The 4 was also kind of on the outside of the track too. But he didn't win like the class and the speed figures you would have thought he would have won. That was a lot closer than you probably would have thought that race should have been on paper. Hey, Herbert, I honestly don't. So Bill started working. Bill started filling in, took over some guy's painting crews. So he started working. Then he said he was going to be here because I think the work got slower. And then hunting season start. Bill's a huge hunter. I was able to call him a couple times. We talked. But then he was hunting. He was supposed to come over one morning, but he said he shot a deer and had to chase it down and then get the deer fixed. And then I kept trying to call him after that, and I keep just getting a busy signal. I just know in the past years that when I call him and I get a busy signal, usually he's out hunting. So right now, I just think he's hunting like crazy, or maybe he's back to work and I just don't know it. But so far, every time I call him, now you got to remember, Bill lives on like 50 acres. So Bill can hunt anytime he wants. He can be out in the evening. He can be out all night long. He can be out first thing in the morning. Uh, he has like 50 acres that he hunts in, him and the neighbors' farms and everything all around him. So I really don't know. All I know is that, nothing happened between me and Bill, and I just don't know where he's at. And the other thing might be is Bill has to drive here. Remember, it almost takes Bill an hour to get here and an hour to get back. He might just be sick of the 2-hour round trip every day. Or not every day, but, when he comes. I don't know. We got the third race at Gulfstream. Right now, I'm not thinking anything about the track. As much as I want to be to the inside of the track, I just don't know if I have a strong idea. This one horse. So this is a mile 16th, maiden claiming 16,000. The one ran on a bad rail last race, average slow, but he has an excuse. 2 races ago, the inside of the track was good. He was on the outside. He was slow. He has 2 asterisks in a row, but there's no foundation. There's no other races there for me to get a gauge of this horse's talent. The 2, almost the same situation. He ran against the bias 3 races in a row. I just am having a hard time gauging his talent here. The 3 only ran 1 race. He's the favorite right now. And again, I mean, he has the exact same excuse as the other 2 horses. Ran against the inside track last race. Hit the gate, another excuse, average, or slow average last race. For my handicapping, none of these 3 horses showed speed, but they all ran against the bias. One of them even hit the track. It's hard to say. I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden one of these horses could flash speed that they never flashed. The 4 horse also ran against a couple of biases, but overall, I don't see anything there on him. This whole race, everyone ran against the bias. Kind of on straight up handicapping. Okay, the 7 horse. I can't really draw any real opinion from the first 6 horses in this race, right? I do think the 3 is a bit overbet. I couldn't jump on the 3 at 3-2 off of a single race. This 7 horse is the exact opposite of the other 3. He's actually ran on the good inside of the track 3 races ago. He has a lot of slows in his running lines that I rated. I would downgrade him. I don't have a big opinion on him. His speed figures are good enough to beat these. But I think if you had 3 inside tracks, you were on the inside each time. To me, you almost should have won a race. He hasn't ran bad, but to me, other horses have better upsides than him. The 8 horse ran on an early pressing track. He was an early presser. He was average, slow. To me, I kind of think he should almost be the favorite. He's second choice and might end up being the favorite. The only two horses I'm willing to give a shot here myself is kind of the 1 and the 2. And it's really, I will admit, it's kind of a me guessing that they're going to improve. I might Dutch these two horses. I'm going to just put the class drops over here. One's kind of stepping up a little bit. He's been roughly at this level. Seven is taking a class drop, but because he had the good inside of the track 3 races in a row, he does have a nice price, but I'm not willing to play him at 5-1. I'd be more willing to play the 1 and the 2 still. I want to look ahead to see if I can do a Dutch bet, or is it just a straight double? I'm going to do a small double and a Dutch bet. I'm going to go 1 and 2. And I'm just going 3 and 7 next race. I'm not going to go crazy here. That's a double I'm going to do. And I am going to bet the 1 and the 2 both to win. One and 2 to the 3 and the 7. The 3 is probably going to be the favorite next race. I don't think I could have played a 3-3 double or a 7-3 double. Wait a minute, no, it would have been an 8-3 double. I don't think the 8 is moving up. I think the 8's moving, dropping in class, isn't he? Did I miss something? Some might argue that the 8 is stepping up in class because he only ran against state restricted racing. I can actually see that argument. I was hoping that the 1 could get the lead here. Two's taking himself well off the inside, I think. 3's going to get the lead on the inside. This does not look good for my bet, I don't think. 2's still trying to run. I think the 1's still trying to run too. Come on, get through there. I'm walking. Get through there with this 1. What's up, Bentley? Dude, you don't gotta jump. What's wrong with you? Your stomach? Yeah. I should have played exactas, I guess. 1, 2, 3. Should have played the exactas. The 3-1's probably paying enough. If the 3-1 pays 25 for $1, 25 to 1. Am I streaming Turfway tonight? No, probably not. My wife will kill me if I try to stream Turfway. One did not embarrass me, but I would have liked to cash there. Is this exacta going to pay 25 to 1? If this exacta pays 25 to 1, I probably made a mistake. It looks like it's going to pay 17 to 1. My probables is saying that the 3-1 is paying 17 to 1 and the 3-2 is paying 11 to 1. Yeah, I don't care. If I would have played that, I would have boxed the 1, 2, 3. So it would have cost me $6 to get 17 or $6 to get 11. I'm fine with what I did. Yeah, I'm fine with what I did. I'm more willing when I kind of like 3 horses on the inside. I think in the long run you're better playing the longer shots than you are taking the lower shots. Like right now, it would have worked out, if you would have just took the lower shot on top of the other 2. But for long-term play, to me, I made the right move there by going the 1 and the 2. And neither of them embarrassed me. It looked like the 1 might have had a shot for the win until the 1 looked threatening enough. I think you're better off going for the bigger score than you are the 3 on top of the 1, 2. Yeah, Michael, I still like the inside of the track at Gulfstream. And I don't regret making this move either. Like I said, the 1, 2, 3 kind of all look like the same horses to me. I thought the 3 was a little bit over bet. They're all lightly raced. They're all coming off the same kind of excuse. But yes, Steve, I know Parsons is a big believer in that. I think what you were pointing out that the 8 horse might be stepping up in class. I think what you were looking at were those states restricted Florida bred races. I would say more handicappers would probably think that that's a step up. It's kind of open to debate a little bit. I think at a lot of tracks, especially your minor tracks, the state breds are usually always below kind of the open races of the same category, right? At a lot of tracks. Florida might be an exception because Florida has really good, stakes bred horses. Florida bred horses are pretty good. Uh, so I could see why you thought that was a step up. It probably was a step up, but it's not exact science. But yeah, good eye for that because at first I would have put him. My first thought was he was stepping down. I'm not like a lot of guys where I pay that much attention to state bred versus opening. So I get the argument that you could say he's stepping up. I do get that argument. Put it this way, whether you use the outside of the track to get off of him or the step up to get off of him, I think that both reasons were valid to get off of him. As long as you got off of him, you made the right move. You took, I think, a 2-to-1, horse out of the money, so you could have got an expectation out of a race, right? I think the right move was just being able to get off of him. On either of those reasons were probably good enough to get off of him. That cigar is rough. I got it at a party store too. It was called a banker. I've never seen it, so I wanted to try it, but that will not be on my list again. Kiki, do you even smell this cigar? It's a H. Upman, and it's the banker. Ugh, I won't get that one again. Yeah, I know. We like the undercrown. That 3-horse went wire to wire too. See what I mean? I did make the statement before that race went off. I wouldn't have been surprised if the 1, 2, or 3-horse was able to show speed. But from the running lines that you got, it was really hard to make a commitment. Let's see, we got another aqueduct race with another giant favorite. What is this? This looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 6 horses in the race, but there's only 5 betting horses. What is this? This is just made it special weight on a mile. We got another mile race. Let's see if the inside of the track performs here. I didn't look up either the 1 or the 1A, so I'm not able to say if they deserve to be 1 to 2 or not. I'm not jumping in this race at all, though. We'll watch this race. And then hopefully we can go over to Fairgrounds. Fairgrounds, I'm only interested in the dirt racing at Fairgrounds. So the reason I'm excited about the Fairgrounds is last year, dirt sprints and dirt routes, post 1 through 3 won 45% of the races. That's huge. Did I make a new fairgrounds report? I haven't made it. It doesn't look like I made a new fairgrounds report. Let me make sure. Oh no, I do got a new fairgrounds report. So last year, on the dirt and the routes at fairgrounds, why I'm excited is, like I said, they won 45% of the races. So far this meet, we had quite a few sloppy days, but they're winning 44% of the races. They won 16 from posts 1 through 3 out of 36 races. That's huge. They're wiring 53% of the races. That's huge. That's sprints. And the routes is still strong. 39% of the races were won by posts 1 through 3, but it looks, so far this meet, it looks a little bit stronger for the dirt sprints. But that's why I'm interested in fairgrounds so much. I don't know how much playing we're going to do at fairgrounds because I don't have Evangeline Downs and I don't have Louisiana Downs. And for the first few weeks, probably the first month, we're going to see just a ton of those horses at the track. So I'll have a lot of gaps. Oh, Bender is starting another pick 3 here. 1, 2, 3 to the 8, 3 to the 1, 2, 5. That's at Gulfstream Park. That might have started with last race actually. He might. I don't know if that's a brand new bet that he just slipped in, or if that was before last race, and he's already got a ticket alive. He might already have a ticket alive, my guess. Starting in race 4. Oh, okay, so that's a new ticket. That's a brand new ticket, it looks like. And this aqueduct race doesn't look like anything. It looks like it's either going to be a 3 to 5, 3 to 5, and a 2 to 1. Well, that's how 3 to 5s are supposed to win. If you do bet a 3 to 5, that's how you want them to win. That's for sure. I'm going to glance at the fairgrounds real quick. I won't be interested in playing these early races. I want to see if this inside is going to start off good. I think I got to sign in and sign out to get the new video feed. Let me just do this. And I think we should have fairgrounds video up. This is just going to be a 5 furlong or 6 furlong race at claiming 5,000. The one I have nothing marked on because, like I said, I don't keep track of Evangelines. Uh, the 2-horse, I actually keep track of RP. I want to say that's Remington. Parson's been sending it to me, and I've been doing it. I'm not really going to look up anything here. I just want to watch this race. The 3-horse has been earning hearts at routes. This was a sprint race, right? Yeah, this is a sprint race. I don't like route to sprint, but he does have nice marks. He's 9-5. They're just shipping from everywhere, so I'll come back to that, but I want to I'm going to handicap Gulfstream because Gulfstream I might play. We're going in the 4th race here. Gulfstream, we got a 2-year-old race, maiden special weight, and we got way too many first-time starters. Half the field, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Looks like 5 of the 8 horses are first-timers. The one only ran 1 race. I was trying to get alive to the 3 and the 7 horse, I think it was. You know, I'm. This is a dangerous race for me because if you don't play with me, you know that I don't have any skills with first timers. Uh, and I want to sit out this race, but if I get 11-1 or 10-1 on this 3, I am willing to play this 3 to win. That's the right price for me to want to jump in. If he goes off at 4-1, 5-1, I probably won't play. But if he stays that high, I think I'm going to be interested in playing this race. It's not like a max bet race. It's actually a dangerous race for me. But when you get horses at double digits, sometimes you just got to play them and recognize there's a lot of unknowns that can beat you. But we'll see how his odds. Steve B's alive to pick 5 here, so he needs a 1, 2, or 6 here. He needs he's going with the first time starters and a horse that only ran 1 race. I honestly have no opinion on your bet, Steve. Good luck. Let's see. Hopefully we can watch the Fairgrounds race and be able to watch Gulfstream. If Gulfstream goes off on time or late, we should be able to watch both of them. Actually, we need Fairgrounds to go off on time. I'm just going to turn this to Fairgrounds. I got Gulfstream on the other screen. If Gulfstream goes off first, I'll bring Gulfstream up. Oh my God, this cigar just. Oh, this is what I get for not smoking one of Bender's cigars today. Here, I'm gonna go let you smell this cigar. See if you like how this one smells. At least it's mild where I'm not upsetting you. Can you just go lay down? I know, if you get time. Yeah, try to go lay down. Oh, my wife has to work. And she's over there with belly pains. How's that too much information? You scared you got to poop now? It's okay to poop, Kiki. You need that poop book. Everybody poops. Let's see. Juan Garcia also is alive in a pick 5. He's alive to the 2, 5, 6, 7. I guess I got time. So I'm still working on my Handicapping Paul website. Right now I did write 3 more posts on there. If you're brand new to racing, I kind of wrote. I'm not a writer, guys. So everything that I write, you're going to have to, if you could struggle and read it with bad grammar and everything, that's just me. It looks like I got to put on the Gulfstream. Well, right now I'm not sure which one. I thought they were loading. But I did write how to read the racing form. Nothing's completed. I'm going to add some more things. I kind of just went over what I think you need to learn how to read. If you're new to racing, looking at these racing forms and programs, there looks like there's a lot of information, but a lot of this information is just stuff that you don't need to become an expert at. It's a lot of extra to me. I went over the running lines, how to adjust. I did a how to adjust your beaten lengths to get the right times of your horse. And then I wrote a little bit about how to put your horse looking at the first call if he's a speed horse, stalker, or closer. I'm going to start writing about speed figures class and all of that stuff. A lot of the stuff is going to be why I don't like it. Why I think that relying on speed figures is a bad thing to do. I'm having trouble writing the articles because I'm not a writer, but eventually it's going to come to me. So, hey, thanks, Garth B. Yeah, click the like button, guys. Or the dislike button. Either one of them, they both help. So keep checking up over there. I did a little, I'm trying to do a blog too. I blogged a little bit about I'm back at Turfway Park. I plan to start adding some things like horses that are like super marked or something. I might like if I find one of those really plays of the day that I'm excited about, a horse with a bunch of hearts or something, that I'm thinking about building a ticket, I might do a screenshot of the marks on the horse. I haven't got around to that. It's a lot of work, but I'm going to try to add stuff that hopefully helps or can be interesting. Zero Contrast, you've been reading them? Cool. I'm also putting some of the old videos up there. If you guys haven't seen some of the good monster hits that we had in the past, I'm trying to do the articles and all of that stuff, not only to help, but from what I understand, it should help in the Google ratings. Hopefully they'll get better. Good. And before I wrote the articles, I kept looking at what other websites have kind of wrote. I don't know. I might just be an conceited asshole, which I probably am. I think a lot of the writings on class and speed figures are just too much of a simple look at them. They kind of just say class. I want to say, I want to write like an article saying how much I use class. Usually class is an afterthought that I look at. It's a good thing, they're good things to know, but are they enough to beat the races by themselves? Not really. I don't think you can be just a class handicapper and have a huge success, just like I don't think you could be a speed figure handicapper without keeping track of biases and stuff. I think by themselves, they're like really bad angles. In fact, I think speed figures get you off more long shots, more of the horses that you need to have to be successful. I kind of like speed figures in that way, that it gets people off of so many long shots. I mean, we're not saying much here, but it does look like that it's going to be an inside finish, the 2-3. I mean, neither of them are a great price. I think they're both 2-1s, but how big of an advantage is that? Kind of just blindly thinking I should aim my handicapping to the 1-2-3. Right here it wasn't that big of a payoff, but that's why I love biases and reading the track so much. I probably bore you guys to death with talking about these track profiles, but I honestly believe in them. Oh, and Gulfstream is running. I don't think I played here. I think I sat out because it's the 3-horse was the horse that I was a little interested in play if he was stayed at double digits. Lucky for me, I didn't notice the race going off. But then again, I wouldn't have played him at 9-2 anyways. And again, how big of an advantage is this? I'm screaming 1-2-3, 1-2-3 guys, stick to the inside of the track. I couldn't have hit this 2-horse because he's a first-time starter. But how big of an advantage is that? And by the way, this is a 1-2-3 worth boxing. That's a 1-2-3 worth having. What, Rex, you don't like me looking at Fairgrounds? Fairgrounds, we just looked at another 2-3 looking at the inside. And Bender's talking about beating a few meets. Bender looks like he cashed that exacta right there. Let me guess, Bender, did you just do a 1, 2, 3? I'm sorry, I didn't see your bet, Bender. Rex, you know what? I'm not that upset. Okay, I think this was a race that I could have hit on a freewheeling kind of day. Just saying I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, kind of a ticket. But in all honesty, I kind of know in back of my head that if I did it, I would have hit it in my play bet category. It would have been a nice hit. But I couldn't have got down on the two at 7-1. I just don't usually do these. Maybe I should have looked at a double instead. I probably would have been more likely to go 1, 2, 3 to some horses in the next race. But this is a race that I wouldn't have sunk my teeth into that much. Uh, I know how I play, and I just know that I wouldn't have went. At the most, I would have probably done a $5 exacta box 1, 2, 3. I think Bender's saying that it's paying $81 for a dollar. I mean, that would have been a beautiful hit. But I honestly don't think I would have did it there. And in fact, if I would have played, maybe I would have put the 3 first and second with the 1 through 4 or something like that. But you know what? For a handicapping day, I'm completely happy with the show and how these races are turning out. I was wondering if the one was going to try to lodge an ejection on the 2, but I guess Tyler just thought that he probably rolled up and it wasn't caused by the 2 anyways. I thought there was a chance that the one horse was going to lodge an ejection against the one horse. Or I'm sorry, the one horse was going to lodge against the 2. You guys would have been even more happy with that, but Tyler probably knew that it wasn't the 2's fault. In the money, Mike says, I think he's saying that the 2 was a top bred horse. He hit the 5 at Laurel at 10-1. Maybe that's who he's talking about. Zero Contrast is giving a shout out to Bender. He followed Bender on his exacta bet. Nice. I know a lot of guys in chats give winners. I know a lot of guys in the chat room give some winners. I know that Mac and Company and I think Steve B gave a nice 14-1 out on Friday. Bender's another guy in the chat room to look at. He doesn't post a lot of bets, but he's having a real good eye picking his spots. And I said, I'm going to keep these tic-tac-toe boards going. I'm pretty sure the 2 stalked, right? I'm pretty sure the two stalked. Hey, what's up, Elliot? Elliot likes a 15-1 over there at Aqueduct. Let's see if we can get over there and take a quick glance. We're in the 5th race. I guess I probably should have been doing the tic-tac-toe board for Aqueduct. I just know that I'm not that interested in Aqueduct right now. But I'll try to put it together. I think I was talking about, I think there's something interesting going on at the turf at Aqueduct. Aqueduct, we got a small sample, 44 races, but 43% has been won from the inside post position. Speed has not been deadly. Not impossible, but not. They're wiring 23%. That's a little on the low side, but not impossible. To me, overall, it just looks like the track is kind of favoring stalker closers. Hey, what's up, EP Phone? I think this is the first time I've seen your name in the chat room. If it's the first time to the show, welcome to the show, man. Hey, wait a minute. I'm watching a replay. The two wasn't. Did the two go wire to wire? Did I miss that? Bender, I know you know exactly what this two did. If you're still here, let me know if that two went wire to wire. I put him down as a stalker for now, but he might have went wire to wire. It looks like he went wire to wire, actually. Him and the three bumped pretty hard at the start. I'm putting him wire to wire. It looks like he went wire to wire. Bender said he went wire to wire, so let's just move him up. I got distracted. I wanted to look up this Woodbine horse, but let's just see what I got handicapped if there's anything. These are lightly raced horses. In fact, most of them only ran one race. Yeah, the one did stalk, came up the rail. I seen that. For some reason, oh, we missed the start of the race because I had Fairgrounds on. I was wondering how I missed that. I had Fairgrounds on. That was an early pressing day. I got my writing very small there. I'm giving this one horse an asterisk because he did a nice close into a early pressing day. I think that's a decent race for him. This next race, it was a bad rail. He was outside, didn't affect him. He was kind of average, slow. No one's really marked up interesting here. This is a race, even if I would have looked at it for the last 10 minutes, I probably wouldn't have been interested in this race. Oh, EP Phone, you're from El Paso, Texas. I thought for some reason I thought in Texas that you guys couldn't bet online. Is that true? Is that true, or was that an old rule, or I just got my facts wrong? I thought you guys could only bet if you guys were at the track itself, unless you have a workaround. Hey, what's up, Thad? Oh yeah, that's right. Bender's in freaking Texas too. Hey, Bender, you're gonna have to cut the entire chat room into your profits this year, man. We're gonna report you. When I'm in Vegas, I can't bet on Twin Spires in Vegas, and I have a workaround there. Bender's gonna have to bribe the entire chat room. Come on, let's just see if the inside of the track can win a race at Aqueduct. Remember, that's the profile. Uh, I said that winning wire to wire was not impossible, but I didn't think it was a speed favoring track. I'm beginning to think, come on, one, can we get this one home? Get him home. Oh! I think the one got caught in the last step or two. Right now, Bender, I'm wishing I would have smoked another one of your cigars instead of what I bought today. 7 was the chalk on the outside. And you guys that do trip handicapping, this 10 horse did not run his race the final 70 yards or so. His hole closed up, and he did a legit steady here. I don't believe it was any of the horse's fault. I just think the hole naturally closed. So I don't believe there's going to be a steady objection there. I don't think there'll be an objection there, but the hole just closed naturally for him. Elliot Blatt hit the exact and super. Well, I think that I don't know about exact or supers. I can't judge how much a super's going to pay. But I think the exact, I don't think you'll be that disappointed with the exacta there. Nice hit. My guess is that exacta got to pay 25 to 1, right? If not, even, maybe possibly even a little bit more. Hey, Elliot, is 40 bucks for a dime? Is that a pretty solid superfecta hit? I've never dove into superfectas. I used to play them a little bit when they were $1 minimum, but once they became 10 cents, I never played them very often in the 10-cent era. Once they did the price reduction. My guess is for 10 cents super, 40 bucks sounds pretty good. You think it's better than average? The 10's objecting against the 1. Honestly, I don't think there's anything here. You do not have a right to a hole. Let's see the head on here, because I think the next place we're going to is Fairgrounds. Elliot, I don't believe they can take you down. Boy, look, this 10's move is pretty damn impressive. He really came in late. Where was he going to go? That's I don't believe they can take him down. Yeah, but I got to believe you want the 1 to stay up. I think the 1 makes a bigger impact for you. Let's see the head on. There's the hole. I'm rooting for the 1. The 1 ducked out a bit, but he was under pretty good control. I would not take this down. There's a hole there, and there was never even that much of a hole. I'm guessing they leave this up. You can't run up a horse's ass and expect him to get out of the way. Was the 10-second best? Probably. But that's the curse of a closer. They did the right thing. No change. That's the right thing. To me, that, you know how I always say that every time it comes down to objection, it's a 50-50 call. If they moved this 1 down, I would have been pissed. I wouldn't have been so pissed that I had money on it, but I would have been pissed. I would have definitely said that. To me, that's the wrong move. It's kind of what Tyler did last race and was classy enough not to say anything at Gulfstream. Hey, Bender, what do you see at Laurel? My biggest complaint at Laurel is it's a hard track for me to get a read on. It tends to switch around a lot. When I was trying to play Laurel, I used to always complain that you'd have two horses going wire to wire, two horses stalking, and two horses closing more days than not. It was always a track that I never got too interested in. I said I was going to look at Laurel, but Laurel is I'm sorry. I said I was going to look at Fairgrounds. Fairgrounds is a turf race. Right now, I'm not that interested in turf racing at Laurel. Post positions that they've only, oh Jesus Christ, they've only ran 8 turf routes. They've only ran 8 turf routes. Post 1 through 3 is 38%, 4 through 6, 38%, 7 on out, 25%. My guess is that looks pretty damn even to me. The only thing I see is not a single horse that's came from 5 lengths out or farther yet. Only 8 races, and they're stalking 88% of the time. But that's not a profile right now that I can even dig my teeth into about anything. So I'm going to put Fairgrounds for the side. We'll try to watch this race, but I'm going to Gulfstream. And are we already in the 6th race, or are we in the 5th race? Oh, we're in the 5th race. We got to be in the 5th race, right? Yeah, we're in the 5th race. So it's another turf route race. Probably not that interested unless something jumps off the page. We got a mile on the turf claiming 20,000, 2 non-winners of 2 lifetime. I got most of the horses marked here. Let's just see what kind of marks we got. The one horse inside the track was good last time he ran. I gave him an asterisk for running against for being outside when the inside was good. That was on the dirt. I didn't look up his other races because they're in April. So he has a bit of a layoff there. He looks like a solid stalker, possibly a closer. Bordering, he's a stalker closer here. The 2 horse, I don't keep track of Delaware. I didn't look up the Laurel race. Overall, we don't see that many Laurel shippers coming to Gulfstream. Oh, my Twin Spires is acting up now. I can't get the video over there. I got to sign in and sign out again. Let's see if that solves it. All right, I got video of Gulfstream. I'm going to leave Fairgrounds up because I do want to watch the race, though. The 3 horse, inside the track was good last race. I gave him an asterisk for running against the bias there. He also hit the gate and was in tight at the first call. He was average, average, average. 2 races ago, the inside of the track was good again. Average, average, average. The 4-horse ran on a bad rail last race. Still ran a nice race. Even though I got him at slow, he finished the race third by a neck. He got in position at the top of the stretch. I don't think that's a bad race. I'm just not interested. He looks like he has a little bit of a class problem here. Five horses coming from New York, has a couple of excuses. Who are they betting there? The 1? And the 9 hasn't ran since March. The only horse I'm a little tempted, I'm not that tempted about this race. There's 2 horses that I'm a little interested in a race that I'm not that crazy about. The 5 and the 8 horse. They're both at 8 and 9 to 1. I may play that race. This 4 got some slow fractions, but I didn't see if he went wire to wire. When I looked up, he was leading, but I wasn't interested in that race. So let's go to Gulfstream. I don't even think I looked at the marks that fairground race. Let's see, I'm still thinking about doing a bet on the 8 and the 5 horse here. You know what? I'm going to jump in this race a little bit. Holy shit, these payoffs are pretty damn good. I'm going to start off by just betting those 2 horses to win, the 5 and the 8 here. And I think I'm going to do 2 different doubles. I'm going to play the 5 and the 8 to the 1, 2, 5. And then I'm going to also do a 1, 5, 8 to the 1 and 2. Let me write this down because I don't like going back and forth. Whoop. Shit, Parsons must be working his ass off because I haven't heard from Parsons for the last 2 days. So I went a 158 to the 1 and 2, a 5 and an 8 to the 125, and then 5 and 8 to win. And don't ask me why I threw in the 1. I just did. I don't really. I think I just did because it was a chalk, but the real reason I bet this race is because I like the 8 and the 5. 8 looked like it was pretty hard for him to get the lead there. 23 flat, they went solid too. I don't know if I feel good about this fast pace. This pace feels pretty damn fast. And it looks like the 7's going to launch. Ah, son of a bitch. I knew there was a race that I wanted to get involved in a little bit. I used this one horse, but damn it, I shouldn't have. 5's launching and so's the 1, but the race is over. Oh. That's the wrong race. Oh, fuck you. You know what? It happens. I got beat by a horse that hasn't raced for a year. I didn't make a mistake. I wanted to go back and see who this 7 was. I got no opinion on him. He hasn't raced for a year. I guess nice job on the training. He's a horse that I could not have had. Hey, Rex, I don't know if there's a delay. I think there's a bit of a delay. There might be a 30-second delay on the chat. There might be a delay on the chat, too. Oh, I'm sorry, Steve B. I did not see your comment. That you were. I knew you were live in the pick five. I did not see your comment about backing it up. Hey Bender, are you saying that nothing jumps out at Laurel? If that's the comment where you're saying no post edge, no running style edge, I used to always say that Laurel looks like it's the most fair surface in racing. I keep track of Laurel because Laurel usually comes up in some of the tournaments that I go to, the Vegas ones. So I always know that I need Laurel. Plus, it's good to have them for shippers. But I don't play Laurel because of that. Yeah, that sucks. The one good thing about this race is when you go back and handicap a race. You guys know that I like doing it, especially after a loss. Uh, this was an easy one to feel okay about. Uh, I didn't love the one I threw him in there. I really played the race because of the 5 and the 8. The eight had the lead. I already knew he was dead because he went too fast. Uh, the 5, I wish he would have got into the horse and not been as far back, but I'm not going to complain. Uh, I'm just okay with the race and the loss because I know there's nothing else I could have done except for sit out. When a horse comes and beats you after a year long layoff, it just is what it is. They did a nice job with the horse. Uh, I can't go back and look at those races and say that any mark would have made me consider them because it's just not true. Uh, no matter if all of these marks were super great, the year off is enough reason for me not to bet them. So it is what it is. I kind of knew I was taking a shot in a wide open race. Well, that's a race that isn't really going to affect me. It's just kind of like, hey, you know what? That happens and it's okay. Now, the thing that sticks in my mind is why am I jumping into a race that I know is tough when I had a race before where I had a better opinion about post 1 through 3. That's what sticks in my mind, not necessarily that I lost that race. And Aqueduct, God's honest truth, I'm just not that into Aqueduct right now. Uh, on the dirt routes, I should be looking at post 1 through 3. They're winning 48%. That's a huge edge. But even with that huge edge, I'm not that excited about Aqueduct. For anything more than like play bet action. Grows it well, likes the 8 here. I think I'm going to do a little stab bet. Boy, there's some nice horses on the outside that I would like if I thought the track was playing towards the outside. I'm considering doing one kind of play bet here that might be a decent bet. I think I want to use the profile and do a play on this one horse. I'm going to do a small win bet on this one. I'm not going to bet more than $20. I'm total. I don't think this race is worth much for me. I'm going to put $10 to win on the one. And I'm going to do two $5 exactas. You guys know what I usually play. So this is just a bet of total of $20. I'm taking a little shot here. I'm betting the one to win, just $10 on him. And I'm playing the 4 and the 6 on top of the one. If it comes in 4-1, that's $86. If it comes in 6-1, that's $122. Both of those would be times 5. And if the one wins, and that looks like that'll be a bit over $500 for a $10 bet. And I don't know what just happened there. I was going to Dutch the 1 and the 2. And then I was going to play the 4 and the 6 on top of the 2. But when I seen the payoffs for $12 for a 4-2 and a $16 for the 6-2, I just decided not to do it. Plus, I would have probably bet double the amount into the race. So this is all me just kind of just looking at the bias report, hoping that post 1 through 3 has an edge, and willing to take the one at the 60, 65 to 1 or whatever he's going to be at. The odds are right where with a small bet. If I hit any of these bets, it'll be a solid hit for $20, just a $20 play. You don't expect to hit these bets very often, but Elliot's doing a 1, 2, 4, 6 exacta box. And there was some nice outside horses here. I just didn't want to go against the trend of the track right now. Like I said, I'm not that interested in Aqueduct, probably until they get the cheaper horses going. Two, the bet that I threw out looks like it has some legs. Dutching the 2 and the, oh, the 13's going to be there. Who is it? Looks like it's going to be 6-2. So if I would have did the bigger bet, I could have hit this. I think that Exact is paying 16 to 1. So I would have had to put 40 bucks in the race that I didn't care for. I would have got $64 back on a $40 bet. I don't know. I'm okay with what I did. I knew it was a little play bet, so. Man, I need to find a bet that I like. Let's see, I didn't get the scratches here at Fairgrounds. Get that off. 2 scratched. What's up, B? Come here. You coming to check up on us? I seen you just checked up on Mom. Come here. Come here. Get your little camera time. Show them that cute little face you got. Oh. You being a good boy? No toilet papers? Mm-hmm. That's my big guy. Fairgrounds, I have nothing marked this race. It's just me thinking the inside of the track is good. The only horse I can legitly play is this one horse, and I'm just trying to decide if I want to do a win bet here or nothing. Let me get this over to Gulfstream. We still got 13 minutes for Gulfstream. So even though I'm doing 3 tracks today, I'm not trying to play 2 of the 3 that much. I'm just keeping my eye on the track. So right now, trying to do 3 tracks is not that big a deal. I was trying to get alive to the 1, the 2, and the 5 horse here. This is what happens when you quickly look ahead, or what I always do when I did not see all the extra class this 4 horse had when I glanced ahead and played the double. Let's just put it this way. On class, this horse is supposed to win. Shit, my 1, 2, 5 are decent odds too. I don't know how I'm going to approach this race. The one that Fairground is at 3 to 1. I think I'm going to let him go. I'm willing to watch Fairgrounds right now. Grows It Well wants to make it extremely difficult. He's boxing jockeys. Captain Paco and says, now I got to see who these guys are. Okay, he has a 2. He has the 4. Who is Sayez? Wait, he has the 2, the 4, and oh, Paco was the other guy. Where the hell is Paco? Oh, the 8. Dude, whenever you guys bring up Fletcher, every time, I don't know what it is, but Fletcher's a guy that he just intimidates me when I'm betting. He plays with my head. Let's just put it this way. Fletcher for the most part, where I live in the cheap claiming races, right? He's not trying to win optional claiming 12-5s. I mean, he'll win it when they're there, but that's not Fletcher's goal. Whenever I see a horse like this, it's almost like he's done with the horse. Well, I say that, and he claimed this horse. Right? Fletcher claimed this horse. Well, no, he didn't claim this horse. This horse looks like he was given to Fletcher. I thought I was going to come back and wheel the 1, 2, 3 again. Just knowing Fletcher is in this race is just getting me it's not just that it's a Fletcher trained horse. This horse was a legit horse. They had some high hopes for this horse. We have seen a horse close before. I think this horse is going to be off the pace. But we did see that one horse that closed that I tried to beat that still closed. This is not an easy call for me. Let me look ahead for a double. Oh, next race is another race that I don't know if I care for that much. Eight looks like he should be a big favorite next race. Let me see if those doubles are paying anything to the 8 next race. Let me get in the right race too. Let me look at these doubles here. And the 4-8 double is paying $3. The 125 is paying okay to the 8. 77, 15, 23. Let's see, I'm going to put up Fairgrounds while I keep going back and forth. Four horse get a big lead on the inside. One's chasing. One's the only bet that I was considering there. He actually went up to 4-1, but I'm okay with not playing that bet because he looks dead anyways. I think the 4 was in the 3 hole. I think the 2 was scratched this race. I think that came in 4-6. Yeah, the 2 was scratched that race, so 4 was in the 3 hole. But 4 ended up being the chalk. Okay, nothing there. So if you did a 1-2-3 there, you were basically doing a 1-3-4 if you were boxing the inside of the track. Does he need to go outside? I'll take him right after this race. Unless you want to get up. Okay. Come here, Bentley. Man, I'm really bordering on whether to do this bet or not. I'm considering doing a 1-2-5 to the 8 and a 1-2-5 to the 7-8 is what I'm considering doing there. But I'm worried about the 4 here, and there's a couple horses in the next race that I don't know if I understand, the 10 and the 6 and the 4. There's actually 3 horses there, and even the 1. I don't think I want to do a 3-horse Dutch bet. So I'm kind of think I'm going to do those doubles or nothing here. 1-2-5 to the 8, 1-2-5 to the 7-8. Elliot's thinking of doing a pick 3, starting with the 2 and the 4. 8's a single, so he's kind of on that double. The problem is if your pick 3 comes in and the winner of this race is the 4, you're looking at a $3 double unless you got something really fat in the last leg. I don't know if that pick 3 would pay anything. Does the 5 get pressured here? I don't. The 5 only gets pressured here, to me, if the 2 can show speed. I'm doing those doubles if I can get them in. Luckily, I got them keyed up pretty good. So I got a 1-2-5 to the 8. I'm going to do a small Dutch bet too. The 1 and the 5 horse. And right after this race, I'm going to take Bentley out. Oh, okay. The 2 got the lead. All right. I thought that was the 4 getting the lead, and I was like, I'm dead. I'm dead before the race started. The 5 really got shuffled wide here. Keep this 1 interested. Don't steady this 1. Be brave there. Don't come over on this 6. Just be brave with this 1 horse. I'd rather if the 5 or 1 can win this race. I don't think the 1 can now. Come on, 2. Come on, just finish this race here. All right, we beat Fletcher. Oh, he went down from 5 to 1 to 5 to 2. That's an ugly late bet down. Okay, let's take you out, B. Come on, big guy. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. where's this little snack? Oh, I found it. Let's get you some snacks. You got one in there. Oh, let's get you some. Come on, let's get you some snacks. Hey, you're such a good boy, huh? You got one of that oatmeal?
Yeah, the peanut butter.
You still got nothing. What's wrong?
Peanut butter.
Okay, there you go. There you go. It's beautiful outside. Yeah, people gonna go for a walk later, but it'll be nice walking. Yeah, Pletcher didn't do anything there. At the cheaper claiming rates, I always think that he's getting trying to get rid of a horse. But at that time, I was a little confused because they picked that horse up. I'm glad I didn't go exactas there. I didn't think too much of the 8-horse there. I gotta believe that exacta paid decent, didn't it? Boy, I didn't realize that Fletcher wasn't taking money either. I spent all that time talking about that horse, and I didn't even realize that he was kind of cold at 5-1. I'd like to say that the 5 lost the race. Not lost the race, but lost second from being outside. But then again, the 8-horse was even started the race even farther outside. So I'm not really going to hold on to that excuse. Although the 8 was able to get inside faster than the 5. I don't think there was any real excuse on this 5. He is definitely wider than the 8-horse, though. That 2-horse really took serious money dropping down. I don't know if these doubles are going to be any good. Hopefully they did not crush that double. Ugh. Yeah, the double took a lot of action. The double went from, I think it was $15 to paying $10.70. Now I do have that double a lot because I played the 1-1-2-5 to the 8, and then I went back and got the 1-2-5 to the 7-8. So I got the double twice as much to the 8 as I do the 7. It won't be a terrible hit. I can hit this and get about 400 back. Actually, the double to the 7 is still going to pay more. I'd get about 500 back if the 7 wins the next race. I need one of these 2 horses to kind of bail me out here. Let's see, Aqueduct, they're probably going into the gate. 0 minutes, so kind of just want to see what type of race that is at Aqueduct. Boy, Aqueduct's moving along. Boy, I keep talking about the inside of the track at Aqueduct, but I don't think it's overwhelming. I don't think anything on the inside really won yet today. I think this 4 is in its perfect position, though. I'm still rooting for something on the inside to pop here. 4, I think, was the best marked horse towards the. Wow, he was 9-1. And he got nothing. Was I looking at the right race when I glanced? The problem is I don't think Speed's doing really good. Come on, 3. Can this 3 just win? I'd love to see something pop from the inside of the track today at Aqueduct. Three tried his ass off. How does 8 get a rail ride? 863. I'm glad I'm not playing Aqueduct. Okay, at least he's not a year off horse. Oh, I can see why this 4-horse. 4-horse was the inside horse that caught my eye at a glance. But I'm noticing all of his last races, pretty much his entire career has been on turf. Right now, I'm just glad I'm not playing Aqueduct. Who was the 6-horse? 3 ran good. Speed's just not seeming to hold too well there. Let's see. I know I don't have to do any work at Gulfstream. I'm just going to root for a double to come home. So we'll go to Fairgrounds, race 4. Hopefully, oh, we just got a turf race. I guess I got a little bit of time at Fairgrounds. I don't really need to look at Gulfstream anymore. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Please don't turn off. Am I good? I just knocked over my power cord. Usually when I do that. Hey, Richard, that question depends. Let's just put it this way. I go by my profiles, right? I build track daily profiles, and then I keep a running tab on what's going on throughout the year. On dirt racing in most of North America, at most tracks, you don't want to be a closer. Now, there are some exceptions to that. Like the exception that I'm thinking of right now, Turfway Park on the dirt route, you want to be a stalker closer. Pressed Isle at a mile and over, you wanted to be a closer. But on dirt racing, year after year, speed tends to be more deadly than closers. I honestly believe that the worst bet is in horse racing is a deep closer at a short price. I think that's always a terrible bet, even when they win. Now, you got some tracks, like right now, the turf at Tampa Bay routes seems to be favoring stalkers and closers. So I'd be crazy to want speed. So the answer is it kind of depends on the surface that you're running and what the track profile is. For the most part, the way I approach racing, I want to play my strongest profiles. I call them biases. Whatever you want to call them, you want to go with. I've been making a living off of Gulfstream, mainly because of post 1 through 3, right? That's on the dirt at Gulfstream. On the turf sprints at Gulfstream, we're killing it because we know that speed and stalkers are dominant. And right now at Turfway Park, they changed the surface, but it's running like it always did. So it always depends. Closers, now you got to remember, I'm a full-time handicapper, but I live in the lower level racing. I love the lower level racing. And in the lower level racing, it seems to me that biases affect horses, or track profiles affect horses more than anything. And it also makes speed a little bit deadlier. So everything I say, if you play graded races all the time, you might say, hey, I see horses close all the time. I don't focus my energy on, kind of on that. So, it always depends. But what I recommend people doing is, keeping notes, knowing whatever track they're playing on, and playing towards the strength of the track. If you track overwhelming, you got to remember, I track about 10 to 15 circuits, or not circuits, but racetracks at all time. And even with all that work, I only play about 2 or 3 tracks at any particular time, because some of them, like we were talking about Laurel Park, just isn't interesting to me. It's too fair. I'm not good enough to play on a fair surface. You probably, if you've been listening most of the day, I'm kind of avoiding turf routes at Gulfstream because it tends to not be as favorable, or I haven't figured it out. There'll be little stretches and times where they become mandatory plays, and I'm excited about them. But for the most part, for the year, especially at the beginning of the year on the championship meet, I'm willing to, let some of the races go more. You gotta kind of pick your spots, and I overwhelmingly believe that you want to play to your strongest track profile. I don't fall in love with a track, even though right now it seems like I'm in love with Gulfstream. It's not that I love Gulfstream, it's just that the bias has been so strong there for so many years that I'm forcing Gulfstream down everyone's throat right now. Not only do I never play jockeys or trainers, for the most part, I never even look at them. Now, years ago, I think trainers and jockey combos was a little bit stronger. That's when you had to do the work yourself, right? Now, all the digital information has that. Everyone can quickly see jockey and trainer combinations. Whenever we're in the par mutual system, when everyone's doing it, it loses its value. The other thing that I like to point out about, if you're a jockey and trainers thing, and you think you're going to beat the game on jockeys and trainers, this is just one little example of what I point out. Think of the first time you ever went to the track, or the first time you ever took someone to the track. What's the first thing that they want to do? Day one, what they want to do, the first question they always ask, who's the leading jockey? Who's the leading trainer? In the par mutual system, when it's the natural thing to do, and it's every beginner's thought to do it, it loses all value whatsoever. I'm not saying every once in a while you don't get lucky and pick a long shot off of one of these jockeys or trainers, but for the most part, the price is built into that angle. Is what I kind of believe. And this also goes to the other thing. Hey, Paul, why do you share? If this is such a good angle that you do, why are you willing to share it with us? Because aren't you gonna kill your edge? Yes, that is true. The problem, the thing that I came to with, because my wife does not like me doing this. She thinks I'm going to give away my edge. I know that there's such a learning curve with biases, and it's so unnatural, and it's so hard to prove to someone. And even days where I think I hit a bias, I might hit the first two races, and then the track goes completely the other way, where there probably wasn't a bias that day. It's so subjective. I don't think that the public's ever going to catch up to me. I've been down this road for about 25 years now, and I don't see my edge getting worse. In fact, each year gets better and better. Last year, or this year right now, is right now my best year ever. So if I was let's just say I was a numbers handicapper, speed figures that I developed, would I be sharing this information with the public? Absolutely fucking not. So it's kind of my same rant with speed figures. What's the second angle that everyone uses and can take advantage of? You learn the concept of speed figures 1 hour after you learned the concept of jockeys and trainers. The price is always built in. Uh, but if I created speed figures that was better than everyone else's, I would not be sharing anything online. Hey, what's up, Steamboat Willie? That's like I found a guy. I don't like talking shit because anyone that does this full time already says that they're better than everyone else. You can't play this game without saying you're better than the public, right? So I came across this guy. I'm not going to say anything, uh, but he started doing YouTube videos just like I'm doing here, but he's selling his stuff. Uh, and they're hard numbers. They're hard speed figures or whatever kind of ranking he does, putting his speed figures class and all of that stuff together. And I just spotted him online. I started watching his videos. Uh, and then I went to his website and he claimed to have 2,700 people buying his product. Now, with that being number based and the higher number is supposedly the one that wins at the higher percentage of the time, and the second highest number wins at the second. If he has 2,700 people, if all 27 people or 2,700 people jumped and did a $10 or $20 bet, how big of a pool do they jump in and do they make on a single opinion? You get what I'm saying? On Par Mutual, it's the kiss of death. Everyone thinking the same way. I watched his videos. I actually watched about 8 hours of his videos yesterday. But whenever someone's selling you something that's so simple, to me, I always take it with a grain of thought. Plus, I don't like computer handicapping because if you don't understand the algorithms or what he thinks is more important than other things, I think you're always in trouble, or at least at the mercy of playing things blindly. Hey Rex, I'm alive to 2 horses in the double at Gulfstream. They're nothing special. I'm only alive to the 8 and the 7 horse. Yeah, Q. If you know who he was, in fact, I seen quite a few of you guys in his chat room. I see some names that I recognize in his chat room. I honestly don't have a problem, and I'm not even saying he's not a good handicapper or anything like that. I'm just saying think about it. If you had 2,700 people and they all play the same race and they all played his top choice, what is that? $27,000? If that's at Gulfstream Park, if all those people just played one race at Gulfstream Park and they believed it and they all played it, that's over a third of the pool. He'll lose his edge. With this bias stuff, it's so subjective. You've seen some of the guys hit that 1, 2, 3. That was a nice exacta. It's what I'm thinking, but I wouldn't have played it just because it was a first time starter. This is not so cut and dry. It's so subjective. I think I can skirt the boundary of really cutting into my edge. Yeah, the other. So I don't have a problem with much. But he was another guy that kind of insisted on playing every race. To me, it's more important to sit out races and to know where you're at. Uh, he at the same time that says if you play every race, you kill your edge. But then when he does it, he gives an example. I watch hours of him, and for the most part, he's playing every race. I've never seen him sit out, and all he does is talk about his number. He never talks about a pace matchup, a potential bias. Uh, I know he's won big tournaments, so I'll never say he's trash. Uh, but to me, I kind of did this show to kind of show you how I think high level players play, sitting out races, picking their spots, doing a lot of extra work. The other thing he says is he's trying to do a platform that makes you be able to just focus on your bet. But I don't understand. So me and Parsons talked about what I'm going to make available. Right now, I'm just doing the bias sheets. Like I could sell my entire profiles. I believe more people would buy my daily profiles than anything. But I still over the border of the line. I'm still like balancing on that line, how much I can give away and still play this game. Now, if I just wanted to sell out, and there was some market for it, someone approached me, I'd really have to decide, am I going to sit out and not be a full-time horse player? Or do I want to play the horses? You know what I'm saying? And I tried to get alive to this cheap double, and I'm going to pay. Oh, maybe I won't. I'll get $400. All right. All right, it worked out. Yeah, and the Chase, that's a good thing. I'm not even saying that I'm the right way. I've told you, I know high level players that I can't even stand the way they play. But I will tell you what, every high level player that I ever met who, there's a lot of guys where you watch your handicapping and you're not even convinced that they're a winner. Okay. There's some high player guys that I'm convinced that they're a winner year in and year out. But I will tell you what, all the guys that I know have a couple of traits in common. Whatever their beliefs, whether I disagree with them or not, they honestly believe in them. They bet more money on the longer on value over chalks. They're all note keepers. And they all tend to be like an expert at something. They don't bounce around between I'm a pace handicapper, I'm a trip handicapper, I'm a bias handicapper. I play the speed figures this race. I play jockeys and trainers this race. They don't bounce around. They're very selective in their play. That's just a trait that I noticed over the years. They're not that guy at the track that's running up to the window, at 7 different tracks, going nuts. I've never been convinced on someone like that. And I've been seeing a lot more shows like this. I found one on Twitch of 2 young guys. Obviously, I watch On the Wrong Lead. I do like On the Wrong Lead. Uh, they're a different style handicapping than me too. They like the bigger races. Uh, and I'm also, so another thing that I'm border on, I know that touts is a bad name in this game. And they should be a bad name in this game. Uh, but I know that, okay, we got all different levels of players. We got some guys that could just play once a week, twice a month. They want to play action. You got to remember, when I'm talking, I'm always talking to someone that wants to win for a year, stay in the game, or even break even. They just want to get a couple steps better than what they are. Uh, they want to be a handicapper. They want to do the work. If someone said they had a good tout system or a good computer player and that was good enough, I get it. This is a lot of work. I do so much work. It's work. Uh, you got to remember, I'm talking to a view of guys that at least want to supplement their income, or at the very least break even, or let's just say, some of our goals is I need to win an income at the end of the year. Another guy might mean, hey, I want to go every day to the track and basically break even. And there's other guys that say, hey, if I could play all year, 5 days a week, and only lose $1,000, to me, that's a success. So we're talking, people's definition of a success is completely different. And I think any of those three are good. To me, just playing every day and just getting crushed is just terrible. So I border that line about what to put out, what to, kind of do. I don't want to be judgy on people, especially people that I know won big tournaments. I can't see their day-to-day action. Maybe you can win a tournament or two by getting completely lucky. Maybe. Probably not, but possibly. Oh, Steve B, you should have crushed that 8-6 exacta. I thought the 8 was going to beat. I thought the 6 was going to beat me. Down the stretch, I'm surprised that 6-horse gut or that 8-horse gutted it out. That's honestly not that. I'm not that proud of that bet. I guess I'm more proud that I did take a stand against the 4 in the race before. I almost didn't put that bet in. And it wasn't even that big of a hit because I think the entire bet cost me 180. And I think I got a bit over $400 back. So it wasn't like it was that great of a bet. I played both of those doubles for $20. So I think the first double, 3 horses over 1 cost me $60. And 3 horses over 2 cost me another 20, and I get like 4 something back. It wasn't the greatest hit, but kind of struggling today. See, Q Savage thinks if you can win $50 a day, you're doing good. If it averages out to that, I don't think that would be a bad goal. I told you guys the first year that I ever won at the track, it was at Old Detroit Race Course. Now you got to remember, I was like 19 years old, and $10 an hour was all that anyone was willing to pay me back then to work. I had a rule that once I got up $70, I had to leave the track. And I ended up making an income off of that year by sticking to that rule. I found out that years before, this was before simulcasting, so at the end of every year you would have your stacks of books. and I used to write all my bets in the program. And I discovered that after I hit and got up, me staying and improving on that total usually ended up just cutting into what I was up. There was some days that you improved on that total, but for the most part, you were just squirreling a little bit of money away and just cutting into your profits. So I attacked the track. I think that track used to run like 6 months out of the year. So I stuck by that rule that first year, and every time I got up $70, and trust me, sometimes you got up $70 at the first race. And when I got up $70 back then, it wasn't my top choice. It was usually on a saver end of a bet. Let's just say I was hammering the 2-horse, but I bet, the 4-horse is a little bit saver. He won and gave me a $70 profit. That's usually how I got to be up $70. And from that year on, I never looked back. Bender, no, I have worked. I have worked some 9 to 5s. I have worked 9 to 5s. I tended to find jobs. I was a contractor. I did repo. I bounced at bars. So even when I worked, I took care of apartment complex. Before I was a contractor, I did heating and cooling, but that was at apartment complex where I had a lot of vacants and I could go in and lay my bets and do my handicapping. So I always, I have not worked for about 15 years. It could have even been longer than that now. When repo is always in the middle of the night. When I did repo, bouncing was always in the middle of the night. I never had much of a work career. When I finally contracted, and then I flipped houses too. That I could always play horses full time. And not only did I have a scattered work history, very rarely a full year completed. My Social Security is going to be trash. I don't even want to know. Luckily, as long as I don't lose my mind and the whole world doesn't become a great bias players. As long as I don't lose my edge, I'm not that worried. Where am I at? I don't even know where I'm at right now. It's so embarrassing. Let's see that 2-horse at Gulfstream, that one went wire to wire. I'm not sure what that 8 did on the turf. Yeah, the first year that I went at the racing, I still lived with my parents, and put it this way, we did not have a television in the house until I was 18 years old. I think I was 19. I think I actually graduated high school before I got my first television. Not my first television, the first television in the damn house. Me playing the horses was a no-go. I did not learn from a father. if 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 after that first year when I was living at my house, parents' house, if I could have got away completely with not working, I would have went that route. No, we weren't Jehovah Witness. We were super Christians. We were the super Christians. Oh, do I think a bridge jumper can Hey Richard, that's a crazy question. I I think it's a crazy question because I'd have to talk to a bridge jumper. I know there's bridge jumpers, right? I honestly don't believe that that's their 100% portfolio. Uh, you know, the rebates kind of changed the game for some people. Uh, there's been a move with some real serious handicappers that jumped on the rebate bandwagon. And some of them decided that there's some famous ones that I've seen their podcast or they've been a guest on podcast. I can't think of any of their names right now, but I do remember one guy saying that once he used to be he was always a professional handicapper, and he used to be like a real hardcore handicapper. Once the rebates came, he used to always do six figures. His goal was to do seven figures, and then he became a multiple seven-figure player. He said in the podcast that his handicapping went down. He got more selective. He went the route that rebates were all that matter. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't believe that there's people where all they are is bridge jumpers. To me, sometimes they just see an opportunity, but these can be guys that play in handicap and every once in a while jump the bridge. But these are guys that my guess would be they're rebate players, and you'd have to see their overall action. I don't know if there's like very many, like, I'm just a bridge jumper, right? Uh, if someone's just a true bridge jumper, I don't believe the math is there. The small hits next to the big giant losses to me is a disaster. I couldn't stomach that. But I don't know if that's all they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Uh, put it this way. Shit, did I just miss a race at Gulfstream? Or were they just showing a replay there? I think they're just doing replays that caught my eye. I'm going to do one. I'm going to say one more thing. So I follow a lot of guys on Twitter, right? And I see these pick five tickets that are really nice. This guy the other day did a $500 ticket for pick five. And when he got in the last leg, he had an all, and he was praying for a long shot, right? So, of course, I seen the $500 ticket, and right away, I got to run to my computer. So what he did was an all, single, single, all. It was a 500 plus ticket. I want to say it was like 560 bucks for 50 cents. Obviously, for him to be alive in the last leg, his two singles came in, right? I had to run back to the computer because I wanted to see. So basically, what he was saying, if I hit this double, the single double, I'm guaranteed the pick five. It was a pick five ticket, not a pick six, right? So I wanted to look at the double because this is how my mind thinks. Why didn't you just play a $560 double? He hit the pick six. It paid $700 for 50 cents. He bet $560 to win $700. True, he was guaranteed it if it's double. When I looked up at the double payoff, it paid $10.80. He could have won a $500 double. Now, granted, he wouldn't have got $10.80. But let's just say it went down to $4. He would have picked up $4,000. I know he probably thought it was a brilliant bet. To me, is your only opinion was the double. I don't know. Guys post these tickets, and I'm just sometimes I'm flabbergasted. I guess in his defense, it could have worked out, and maybe he could have hit one for 10, 20,000. But to me, in that situation, it was a terrible bet. Let's see, I went way off, way too long. I got to even find out where the hell I'm at. Let's see, so Gulfstream, we're going into the 7th race. We just won with the 8 horse. Okay. We're going back to the inside. It's going to be an optional claiming 7,500. How much time I got to there? Do I just need to go to Gulfstream, or can we sit around and look at some other stuff right now? It's just what I got to decide. Aqueduct is nothing, so it's just looking at Fairground or Gulfstream right now. Fairgrounds are going into 5th race. Let me move this. Let me get ready. Okay, Gulfstream, they're just heading out to the track. I do want to watch this fairground race. It is going to be on the dirt. Let's see if the inside does anything. Wow, they're betting the 8 at 5-2. First time starter. Dude, I almost wish I had enough time to look up this 4. I'm not doing anything in this race. I'm just thinking this might have been an opportunity if I'm right about the inside of the track. I don't know if I've seen enough fairground races to really say that, but I think I'm rooting for kind of the 1 through 4. I didn't get to look up the 4, and I can't look up the 1. None of these horses showed speed before. I think the 2 is the 2 or the 4 might be the most likely to. Let's just see if this could have been an opportunity if we were feeling really free and had time to really dive into this race. One is actually scooting up the rail. And 8 did not look like he got a real good break here. Okay, so the 1 quickly went away. You know what? The one actually ran a good race. I thought the one, is that the one on the inside right there? Or is that the 8? That might be the 8 there. If that's the one, I think the one ran a pretty good race. Oh, that was the one. So I thought it was a good race, maybe to take a stab against the 8 horse, but the 7 horse did win. But when I'm reviewing these biases and when I'm thinking about the track, I'm kind of impressed. I thought that one got shuffled way back and was dead. I'm surprised he was fighting. He still might have finished third. And I still noticed that the 3 possibly got second. When I chart these races tonight or tomorrow, I'll see. But I overall still think yeah, that was the one that got third. How did, if I remember that race right, he got the lead. He fell back and he came back on. Hmm. That was an interesting run race right there. Whoop, I want to go to gulfstream. All right, we got an optional claiming 7,500. I do think the inside of the track is still good at gulfstream. I really do. Optional claiming 7,500. You guys know that I'm not crazy about this level. We got mile race. This lightly raced horses, and they all should be pretty much just coming off of a win. You know what? Just looking at the betting board, I knew I was kind of going to be uninterested in this race. I'm even more uninterested in this race. We got the 1, 2, 3, all sitting between 8-5 and 5-2. This looks like a race where I'm not really going to make that much heads or tails of it. And whenever you get a race like this where you think the inside of the track is good, you got all the favorites, you know, the lightly bet or the most of the money on them. To me, this is almost just shapes up to be a race where you either got to proceed with caution or not proceed at all. And I'm on the not proceed at all thing. But I am going to look at the race. Oh, the one, early pressing day, average, average, average. He won that race from the 9 hole at Gulfstream Park West. I don't have that was a inside track that day, but let's just think about it. For 90% of the meet, it was inside. But I didn't give him an asterisk. 2 races ago at Gulfstream Park West, he had the 4 hole. And same thing. He wasn't inside. He was 4 or 5. But 3-2, we don't dig to find 3-2 shots really. The 2 horse ran a mile rate last race. Inside of the track was good. He had the inside. He was fast while doing it. But to me, that's almost what you're supposed to do when you got the inside of the track. 2 races ago, it was an early pressing race. It was his first time out, and he was slow into strides. It makes sense that he won the next race, but, you know, I'm not doing this digging to find a 7-2 horse, really. Especially in a tough race like this. The 3 horse ran a stakes last race at Gulfstream Park West. He was in the 4 hole. You know, the 4 hole was not great there. He won his first time out. The rail was bad. He showed quite a bit of talent running against the bias and still winning. So honestly, I don't think anything's wrong with those 3 horses. The 4 horse Never had the inside in 2 races at Gulfstream Park West. Managed to run well. His worst race, I thought it was a early. Oh no, he just did a bad break. This race honestly is not for me. I don't see an edge. Whenever you kind of agree with the public, it's not worth playing to me. Hey, what's up, Gregory? Who else snuck in here? Did Case G? I think Case G snuck in a little late. One looks like he's getting a pretty nice trip up the rail, but so far everyone up top kind of are taking advantage of the inside. The 6 and the 7, they just tend to break tardy and was nowhere. To me, they look like they're nowhere in the race right now. To me, the pace is also working against the 6 and the 7. I don't see them coming from that far back with those fractions. 6 is definitely trying, but the race looks over. 1, 2, 6. If you're like me and you kind of think that the inside of the track was the place to be today, I think this 6 horse ran a very useful race. Uh, he never looked like he stopped running. I don't like horses off the pace that much. Like I said, I don't like building a horses to watch list. But if you believe, if you're kind of like me and believe that the inside of the track is where you want to be today, I think this 6 ran about as well as he could have, being strung way out there. Let's see, Aqueduct, we got 2 minutes. We might as well just, as long as we can keep watching these races and not feel like I'm rushing. I like looking at all the extra races. I'm still not that interested. Ooh, this is actually, is this the first sprint race of the day? I know they've been beating our heads with route races all day today. This is kind of the first sprint that I kind of noticed today. Sorry, I don't. Oh, we did see a sprint race in the first race. That was won by the outside favorite. Let's see if shit, they're fast at Aqueduct. I'm not even going to be able to look. Boy, I don't have this race completely marked up. But I do like the marks on a few of the horses, the 9, the 10, the 4, and even the one. Let me see something. I don't think I'm going to be able to see it. So Aqueduct's bias report right now, it's for the dirt races. Right now, I think you're just supposed to fade closers. They're wiring 37% and they're stalking 56% of the time. The big number is 56% of the time. Horses coming 1 to 4 lengths off the lead. Boy, 4 looks pretty appealing. I think. Man, I'm rooting for the 1, 4, 9, and 10 here. I'm kind of just rooting for the horses with the best marks. I did not make a bet here. Uh, 1, 4, 8, and 10. Right? 1, 4, 8, and 10. Is that what I said? I think that's what I said. 1, 4, 8, and 10. Boy, I didn't realize that this 8 was 20 to 1 and this 10 was 17 to 1. Come on, 10. You're a Raider there. 9 just looks like he's running easy, but does this 10 got him? Oh, 7 still looks like a threat. I don't know why I'm closing my eyes. I got no money on this. Ten ran a good race. Who was that 7? Oh no, it wasn't the 8. It was the 1, 4, 9, and 1, 4, 9, 10. Not the 8. Not the 8. 1, 4, 9. Wow, the 7 beat that. Ah. I would have liked to look up these 2 races. I would have liked to look up I don't know why I'm doing it like it's a class drop. I would have liked to look up these 2 races. I definitely don't like the 7 off of his last race, but I don't know why I didn't look that up. I probably just got tired. He was dropping. I wanted to see if I can yeah, it wasn't the 8 that I liked there. I know I was said it was the 8, but it was the 9. 10 ran a nice little race, but I was looking to see if I did that so quick. I wanted to see if I could have narrowed it down, if I was really looking at that race. I honestly don't know if I could have narrowed that down to the 10. I definitely would have been looking at the 1, 4, 9, and 10, though. 7, I would have had to look up these two races to see. Shouldn't have looked at them. Shouldn't have just stopped at that one race. But I think that's it with that. Okay, that's it with Aqueduct. We got 20 minutes to Gulfstream, so we got a lot of time. Gulfstream, I think is there 10 races today at Gulfstream? Gulfstream, we got 10 races. I'm going to give that a good look to see the double. They're both on the turf, though. I'll look at it. I'll try to spend a lot of time at Gulfstream. We got 19 minutes there. I think I still got enough time to look at this fairground race. If one of those races were a dirt race, I'd be more, or a turf sprint, I'd be more willing to say that I definitely want to play the double. With them both being routes on the turf, I'm going to sandbag a little bit and be like, I don't know. Oh, Elliot, you just hit a super. Did you hit that super over there at Aqueduct? Why are you saying thanks, Paul? I was no help that race. Hey, Bender. Perry Ooch shows no signs he knows what he's doing at Turfway Park in the past. Uh, you can watch if you got time. You've probably already seen the video, but if you got time today, look at that video, Discord Night or Discord's Wild Night. I think that was 2 years ago. Unless he changed his riding style, I only played Turfway yesterday and I want to say Saturday. And I did not pay attention to Perry Oots at all. But when I made that video 2 years ago, when I got the form, and before I did any markings, this is how bad Perry Oots was in my mind. I would get my yellow highlighter and I would go to every race and highlight them in yellow. I highlighted them in yellow because I needed to know every mount that Perry Oots was on. I honestly believe that if Perry Oots had a clue that year about Turfway Park, he would have been the leading rider at Turfway Park by a wide margin. I'm talking about borderlining 30% winners. That's just my opinion. You guys been playing me and see me talk very little about jockeys. I am going to say he's won more races than almost anyone in North America. I want to say he's like 6th or 7th. He's done something for his career. But I tell you what, he tried to go to the rail every race. Every race. I used to watch the races in Discord. This was when I hung out with Discord every day, every night at Turfway. And I used to always say that if race after race, the winner kept coming over your right shoulder, get a freaking clue. This guy never got a clue. He won a few races, but he never got the clue. But like I said, I don't remember paying attention to him last year. I didn't think it was important enough to mark him up this year. But maybe if I play tonight, I would do that. But that guy, from what I seen that year, all he did was gun, and all he did was go straight to the rail, no matter what he was on. Someone told him that the shortest distance around the circle was the inside, which is true. But it's not necessarily where you want to be in horse racing all the time. You know what? Fairgrounds, we just got to... Fairgrounds, all we got is a turf route race. I'm not that interested in the turf route racing. I said I'm only looking for dirt. So I think I'm just going to try to watch this race, but I'd rather go to Gulfstream. And I'll tell you what, in the last 20 years, there has not been a jockey that I thought needed that level of recognition of where he's been on the track. I don't think at any time in all the years that I played that my disdain for someone's riding style made me question, am I going to get a good ride? My view on jockeys for the most part is I think the best jockeys only win about 25% of the time. So I look at them, why do I care about 25% of the time when there's 75% losers? I know there's a few races where we see where it looks like the jockey actually lifted up a horse and caused them to win. For the most part, I think those rides are few and far between. I don't try to figure out jockeys in their rides for the most part because I think any jockey, from apprentice to journeyman to a top jockey, can give you a brilliant ride one race and a exact dud the next race. And you guys know me. I don't sit here and try to use jockeys as excuses for losses for the most part. I just think on any given day, you could get a good ride or a bad ride, and it's kind of just the luck of everything. But he's the only horse in memory that I had that much disdain for. And at the same time, fuck, the guy got... You want to talk about a tough guy? I want to say yesterday night, he got reared off of a horse. And for a 60-some-year-old man, he got up and rode. You gotta get, as much as I talk about him, I'll tip my hat off. I hope that I can be that physically inclined at 60, whatever he is. Dude, that year, 2 years ago, I want to say he was on so many 6, 7, and 8s that I really thought were going to run well. And it was just so nerve-wracking seeing him on the rail. Seeing him not only on the rail, You know, it's one thing to get shuffled to the rail. It's one thing to get pushed over. It's another thing when you choose to go to the rail more often than not. You know, I haven't even downloaded the Turfway card tonight. This is an optional claiming at Gulfstream. Did I get the scratches here? This is a pretty nice betting board at Gulfstream. The favorites are 4-1. I was just looking up the chart on that 8-horse. I didn't see where that 8-horse came from. He stalked. I guess I'll watch this. What? How did I do that? Hey Steve, are you asking for the turf at? Are you asking for Turfway? Or are you asking for or are you asking for the turf at Gulfstream right now? Oh, Turfway Park. Okay, Turfway Park on the route races, Steve. Post 1 through 3 is kind of overperforming a little bit right now. But I do favor the outside of the track there, middle to the outside of the track. When post 1 through 3 wins, they seem to be getting off the inside and they're doing a stalker closer move. They've only wired 20% of the races so far. They stalked 40% and they closed 40%. Turfway Park, when the bias is really strong, it's usually very easy to spot what I'm looking for at Turfway Park. You'll notice coming down the lane, these horses are all fanning super wide. They're making come from behind moves. The horses that are on the lead are usually on the rail. They go to the inside and they're getting past. And it's obvious. You'll see horses that look like they get faster on the back stretch on the outside. If you start seeing where it looks like horses are really picking steam up on that outside, it's probably that same move. Remember, they changed the surface. And remember, I did not want to play Turfway this year. They're making me play Turfway. Now on the route or on the sprints, they only ran 12 sprints this year. They only wired 2 of them for a bad 17%. I do expect that to change. I really do expect that to change. Stalking is the move there right now. They won 58% stalking, and it looks like the exact same move. Don't be afraid to play a lot of prices there. I play a lot of grenade tickets there. if you watch the first 3 races and they're all wiring and they're all inside, I usually don't make the adjustment. I usually, years past, I usually either back away as an adjustment or give up the card completely. You know, when I say back away, I back down my bets, or I'll just stop playing. For some reason, for money that I lose at 8, 9, and 10 o'clock feels worse than money that I lose during the day. It's supposed to be an ATM at night. So if you watch the first 3 races a day, and let's just say the one horse wins all 3 races and he was on the rail, I would just back away for the day. Unless you want to make the adjustment. The other thing that I find very good at Turfway, on the route races, pay special attention to press style shippers. Especially if they were showing speed at press style at a route race. I really liked, I spotted that trend last year. And that 61-1 exacta that I crushed Saturday night was 2 press style horses, the 10 and the 3. 3-1 and I think a 15-1, paid like 124 or something like that for every $2. And I absolutely crushed that. And I said I was going to spend a lot of time on this race, and I'm ending up not spending that much time on this race. There are some gaps here. We got a 25,000 optional claiming on a mile turf race. Right now, I don't have a real grasp of this turf racing. We did cash that double, but that was mostly because that favorite looked so good to me and he barely won. These races, we got a lot of shippers. First 3 horses are all shippers. We got a Hawthorne horse. I love the marks on the 11 horse. Oh, I don't like the price. What is the next race? 10,000? What is this race? This is an optional claiming 25,000. The next race is a 20,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime. I'd rather play that race, the last race. I kind of dicked around too much. I didn't realize that I had so many horses that I didn't look up. And they're all shippers. The one horse kind of looks a little interesting to me here. I can't really explain this last turf race other than he tried the dirt and maybe he's not a dirt race. Or, I'm sorry. He tried the dirt. He overwhelmingly looks like a turf horse. Even though he had the inside of the track, I think that's a complete throwout. His speed figure dropped like a rock. I like his race 2 races ago where he earned the 2 hearts on a bad rail while stalking. Usually this horse looks to be more of a deeper stalker to a closer. Out of 5-2, I'm not willing to take that jump. I like the 11 marked up, but there does look like there's a lot of speed here. I said I was going to try to look at a double, but 7 looks a little interesting to me. I'm not going to do anything here. I can't do it without knowing what these shippers are. If the shippers are nothing, I'd be looking at the 11, the 1, and the 7. But because the 11 and the 1 are bet down so far, I think 8-5 and 5-2, I'm just not that interested. My overall thought, just glancing at that race, I think there's a ton of speed in this race. And I don't know if this Hawthorne horse was the full horse, but Hawthorne turf racing at a route I thought was unfriendly to speed horses. And that's what the Hawthorne horse I thought was. I'm going to go back and look at the form to see who that was. I think it was either the 4 or the 6. I'm leaning towards, I think the Hawthorne horse was the 4, but I'm not sure on that. Frankie Tubbs like 6 on top of the 111. Good luck, Frankie. You got a nice 20-1. Rex likes the 8. In the money, Mike likes the 8 and the 4. Yeah, I thought the 1 looked interesting, but after that bet down, I definitely don't want to fire on that sort of a bet down. Is that the, oh. The 11 got the lead, but the 3 said, no way. Looks like the 1 is going to win this race. Bet down from, Gregory's saying he's bet down from 8-1. By the way, that race came in 1-3-2, but I don't think, I'm not leaning towards that, I'm not leaning towards that there's an inside bias on the turf right now. Even though we had 2 one-horses win there. Oh, the 6 was the Hawthorne horse. Thanks for reminding me because I did want to look that up. I did want to look that up. He actually won going wire to wire. Let me look up that date. That might have been a date that it was speed favoring, but let me look up something. November 6th. You know what? I'm looking at the Hawthorne bias report. It's not bearing out what I thought. So in the past, oh, I see what happened. In the past at Hawthorne, I used to like I don't like Hawthorne's turf racing that much. But in the past years, they always got this crazy bias where they were closing like crazy. But I haven't played any Hawthorne this year. And from the numbers I got, my hard numbers, see, this is why I like doing hard numbers, because I would have thought that bias was good as gold. They wired 11 times. They stalked 12 times. They closed 11 times. That's about as even as a track as you can find, and they won from anywhere. So this year, that little bias that they have for this quick little meet did not materialize. I think it was because of the opening few weeks that it was heavy speed. And then they started wiring. That's kind of interesting. If you would have asked what I thought of Hawthorne, I would have bet that it was a closing bias there. But honestly, this year it's not there. It's about as even as can be. Yeah, Gregory, you're right. Hawthorne to Gulfstream is usually a no-go. We don't see many shippers, and to ignore them is usually an okay thing to do. Yeah, and I see you're talking about Kentucky Downs horses. Kentucky Downs horses can run anywhere. Oh, I see why you said that statement, because the one was a Kentucky Downs horse. And I wish the morning guy, I wish the morning line guy was right, and this horse would have been around 8-1. I definitely would have thought that he was worth a shot at 8-1, 5-1, 6-1. When we seen 5-2, I knew it was a no interest for me. I guess I could have. I guess if I would have looked at the double, maybe I would have did a double. But we'll handicap this last race. Maybe we could find a play. Gulfstream's 10th race is going to be my last race. I'm going to fit in this fairgrounds race, and then we'll look at Gulfstream, and that'll be it for me. Yeah, that happens a lot at the racetracks, man. Racetracks have been suffering for a lot of times, and a lot of people got to wear a whole bunch of different hats in racing. So the odds guy is usually, he has other jobs at the track. If you guys familiar with Jim Miller at Hawthorne, I think that dude does everything. I think he's their only employee there. Oh, no, I don't bet the trotters at all. I never got involved in the trotters. I went, the track that I play at, when I used to go live racing, is a trotter racetrack. It's Northville Downs in Michigan. I've never played a bet there. I would just go for simulcasting. Trotters I just never got into. You know what? I said I was going to look at this fairgrounds race. I didn't mark it, not because I was lazy. I probably was lazy. But 100% of the field is shipping in, and none of the tracks other than Delta Downs I have. So it's another. Oh no, this is a dirt sprint. I definitely want to watch this race just because it's a dirt sprint. But I can't handicap with conventional handicapping. If I don't have my marks, I have almost no interest in a race. So even though I think, you know what? We got some time. I'm going to do the tic-tac-toe board for fairgrounds for just the two dirt surfaces. I don't care about the route right now. Hopefully they got enough charts made, but let's just see if that inside is doing anything today or not. I honestly kind of can't answer that question. Two won the first race. Three won the third race. The two was 2-1. The three was what was the three? It was 8-5, 7-5, something like that. So he was a favorite. We got the 7-horse stalking and winning that race. I think we actually seen that race. That was a race where the 3 and the 1 got second and third, but the 7 just ran away and hid. Those are the only charts that I got of today. So I don't know. That doesn't do anything for me, honestly. Yeah, that's this race. So there was only there was only 3 dirt races so far today. I guess the inside did win 66% of them. But you know what? I'm not going to read too much into that because the longer shot was 2-1. And then the next one was 7-5, something like that. I will point out that when the 7 did win, that the underneath horses were the 1 and the 3, which makes me kind of like what I see, but I'm not willing to like just be like, hey, it's inside. Let's just go crazy. No, Richard, I've never bet Aussie or British racing, any European racing. I don't know. Is that where you're from? I don't even know how those guys even handicap without running lines and times. I don't even know. In fact, on this show, I mentioned it a few times before. If I was a true chart caller, and if I could sneak on the track and put a sensor at each of the 4 calls, and I could call charts professionally, I would make my own charts. I'm not sure if anyone's ever done it, but I think those people without running lines and without splits are at a huge disadvantage. I would think that someone would have a true edge if they made an American style racing form on British racing. I'm putting it out there. One of you guys that want to try to get an edge, that might be something to do. I don't know how you'd go about it, but I do not know how all they handicap from what I see is jockeys, trainers, breeding, and then they all use the same number ratings. And then they got that stupid little comment, 4 wide willingly. Inside. To me, I don't understand why no company has never done a real racing form, a proper racing form. Now, you guys that might play European racing, you might be screaming at the computer saying that there is a publication that does that. There might be, I don't know, but I know every time. I would think that there's not, because every time we have a European or Australian shippers, we don't get a running line. I would think if that information was there, we would have it. So if there is a publication and you guys know about it, you guys don't gotta scream at the screen right now. I'm willing to say that I don't know. But I don't understand. This is in the year we in, and they don't have splits. How do you handicap without splits? Do they not understand pace over there in Europe? Now I think Japan has a crazy racing form. From what I understand, I've never played Hong Kong racing either. I would like to play Hong Kong racing, other than the time of day it is. I'm a diva. I need my sleep. Oh, stalker closers. Stalker closers, Elliot. Hey, in the money, Mike. Do they have? Are you saying that they have international PPs with the information that I want, or are they just their international PPs? The international PPs, I got no interest in. None of the stuff that they give you in an international PP, I think is useless. Is useful. Uh, Now, I remember years ago looking at a Japan racing forum where they give the cutout photos of each call. I actually like that. I've never played with it, but I thought that was a cool form. And in fact, I think they went to putting numbers and splits in their forms. And in fact, from what I understand, I think that the Hong Kong racing gives you so much information, it's disgusting. I think they give you a poop schedule for the horse. I don't know if it's a rumor, but I also thought that I heard that the barn or the jockeys have to say their intention in a race, like, hey, I'm going to the lead or I'm trying to stalk. Uh, if any of you guys are Hong Kong players, don't let me spout out and be completely wrong. Kind of save me if that's not true. But I don't know if that's a rumor, but I swear to God, I heard that somewhere. What does Turfway Park even look like tonight? Wow, they got 5 sprint races today. Frankie Tubbs is taking a 148 at Fairgrounds. Good luck, Frankie. I think the last Australian race I watched was their big race. I want to say they had like 24 horses in that race too. God, I know what the race is called and I can't even think of it. One reared at the gate, lost all chance. Three got the nice little lead. Like I said, I'm rooting for the inside of the track. As long as the inside keeps winning there, I'm kind of happy with it. So one lost all chance. So that kind of makes the 2, 3, 4 horse, the inside of the track. And it looks like it's going to be 3, 4, and the 2 sucking up for third. They beat the favorite. See what I'm talking about? Getting a profile of the track. I think that was a useful bet. I think 3 was 6-1 and 4 was 7-1. 2 was even money. That ended up being a useful bet, but Hollywood Frank Racing simplified the PPs from Hong Kong. Hollywood Racing. Oh, the Melbourne Cup is their big race. Is in the money, Mike? Mike, are you saying that? I think it was a 2 or the 3 horse went wire to wire in that race. I think I seen it in the Melbourne Cup. Was he 57-1, or you just hit it exacted at 57-1? That might have been the winner from the Melbourne Cup. I think he was a big long shot too. I don't quite remember. Trust me, I got enough racing not to go overseas. I'll go over the bridge to Woodbine, but Woodbine even kicked my ass, and I don't have the love affair that I used to. I used to beat Woodbine every year, and I didn't leave Woodbine because I was winning so much money. I left Woodbine because something changed and they made me leave. I still keep track of Woodbine, but that's the only racing from another country that I keep an eye on. Let's see. I'm a little interested in this 10th race at Gulfstream. We'll see if I got a bet or not. Right now, I'm kind of happy with just being up a little over $100. I only cashed that double today. But with the money that I paid to hit it, and then the few little play bets that I did, I think I'm up roughly about $150, something like that today. So we'll see how much I like this race. I don't know if I'm going to play Turfway tonight. I probably will. but I definitely need to relax for a few before Turfway. Turfway, like I said, if Turfway looks different today, right off the bat, I'll probably walk away and relax. If Turfway, we see the wide stalking moves, wide post position, big long shots, I'll be playing Turfway. If I do, I might go to Discord. Sometimes I don't always jump into Discord, but we'll see. The one horse I'm just not interested in. I don't keep track of Delaware. Looks off form for the most part. Shippers from Delaware to Gulfstream just does not seem to be a thing. The two horse inside of the track was good last time he ran. He had the good inside. He went fast, but one horse was able to beat him. I don't think that's a bad race. Matt Strides with the fastest winner for the first two calls, then flattered out a little bit, but still ran second. 2 races ago, the inside of the track was good. He had the inside. That's a little bit more questionable. I also don't see any turf racing, so I'm asking a horse to do something for the first time. I don't love him or hate him. He's just in the race. Oh, the 3's coming from Aqueduct. Average last race. I don't think that's a bad race. 2 races ago, rail was bad. He had the bad rail. His speed figure just went in the toilet. So, you know how I said I'm always trying to get clues about my original thought about a bias? To me, that's a good sign. I thought the rail was bad. He had the bad rail. His speed figure went from high 70s to low 80s. All of a sudden, he's popping a 39. I think it was due to the bad rail. Then he comes back and runs an average race, and his speed figure goes right back up. So I'm always for the bias reports. I'm always, looking for confirmation on what I think. I don't just mark it and walk away. I'm always still thinking about it. The 4 horse, early pressing day last race. He came out 7x2, so he was close enough. 2 races back, it was an inside day. He went too fast to win. That's a little interesting. And 3 races ago, he was a closer when the track was favoring front runners. 4's a little interesting here. Let's see what else. Oh, 3's the favorite. I didn't realize that the 3 was the favorite. Five had a bad rail last race, but he was nowhere near that rail, so no excuse. He was just slow. This is one of those races that I warned you guys about. I got it marked as slow. You got to look at the beaten lengths. He was 6x2, 6x2. To me, that just looks like he chased a slow pace and couldn't cut into it. He finished second by a head. He was in position at the top of the stretch. I don't think that race is as bad as my 3 circles make it look. Eight horses dropping in class a bit. Ten is 16-1 here. You know what? I don't have a strong opinion of this race, but I am willing to play a small bet here. I'm going to bet this 10 to win. I got to get over here. Wait a minute. I got to make sure my window's still up. Wait, where's my betting window? Did I close that by accident? I don't think I'm going to get this in. I do not think I'm going to get this in. I was going to bet the 4, 10, and 4, 10, 9 in the exacta box, and I was going to bet the 10 to win. I wasn't going to bet any more than $30 in that race, though. I might not have got that up even if I didn't accidentally close out the window. Now I'm in a spot where, fuck, I don't want to root for this 10, but I want to be right. You know, I don't mind when I sit out on a short price horse. This will bug me, but I was only going to put a small bet in on it anyways. 10-9, 10-9, 4 in a box, and 10 to win. Pace is pretty solid, but he got a lead. He's getting pressure, but it's not pressure that's right on top of him. 47-1, he got it a little bit slower. Oh, this 3 horse is loaded. I think 9's gonna win the race unless the 3 doesn't have a rally here. I think I would have missed the exacta, but this 4 is loaded. This 4 is unbelievably loaded, and I don't know what the oh yeah, it's time for Bentley time. We're gonna go for a big walk and play football. Well, I didn't bet that race. The 9 did win. I think the 4 was loaded. I think that was a missed time. Four had just too much to go. I kind of don't mind that the 4 did not get there because I was trying to box the 4, 9, 10, but I didn't get it in. So I didn't want to see a winner, but anyways, guys, that's it for me today. Good luck if you guys play Turfway tonight. Like I said, if that bias is there, you should recognize it. It should stand out in your mind. The stronger it is, it'll feel like every race is a replay of the last race. And feel free to scream at the TVG talent as they keep giving you inside horses that got no chance if that's what it turns out to be. Because that's what I do. I drive my wife crazy when I'm watching Turfway Park and they keep giving out inside horses all day. But anyways, I plan on playing tomorrow. Shit, I'll probably just look at Gulfstream and Tampa Bay tomorrow. But anyways, guys, thanks for joining me. Good luck if you guys keep playing. And stay safe out there, guys. But take it easy. Good luck if you guys play Turfway. I love that track.